Good morning, everyone, and can I welcome everyone to this meeting of Development Control Committee A at Mid-Suffolk District Council. Just need to run through before we start some of the domestic arrangements. Can I please ask you to ensure that you maintain social distancing from other persons while in the chamber and in the communal areas. Please ensure that you wear a face covering at all times unless you're sitting down, or of course if you're exempt from doing so, and that please use hand sanitizers and wipes that are provided. Please ensure that your microphones are turned off when you're not speaking, and please do not interrupt other speakers or hold separate conversations while others are speaking. If you're attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Can I just ask everyone to double check your mobile phones are please on silent or switched off? We will be using e-voting today for this meeting, which is on the modern.gov app. So can I ask members just to make sure they're logged on and ready to use the app for when we come to attendance and voting. I'd like to remind everyone present this meeting is being broadcast live on the internet and will be capable of repeated viewings, and the whole of the meeting will be recorded except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you'll be deemed by the Council to have consented to having been recorded. And by entering this meeting as a speaker, you're also consenting to being recorded by the Council and to the possible use of those sound recordings for webcasting and/or future training purposes. The Council, members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public press are not lawfully excluded. If you hear the fire alarm ring, it's not a practice today, so can you please leave the building immediately via the fire exit and make your way to the assembly point, which is at the Ipswich Town Football Club next door. Please follow the signs directing you to the fire exits, which are located at each end of the floor. Please do not enter the atrium area, the ground floor and the walkways, and if you are in the atrium, please follow the signs to the nearest exit. Please use the stairs and do not use the lifts, and do not re-enter the building until we're told it is safe to do so. Good, so that's all that done. So we'll just move on, just for the benefit of the members of the public who are here today. Welcome, thank you for joining us. Just who's going to do what? Just this may be your first development control meeting. So I'm Matthew Hicks, and I'm with my colleagues here on the this side of the chamber are the elected councillors who will make the decisions on the applications before us today. A member in Mid-Suffolk may not vote on an application in their own ward, so for that occasion they will join Peter Gould, who's a councillor sitting over there, so that they do not have the opportunity to vote on applications in their own area. Other introductions, just running around the room quickly. We have Ian DePrez, who's here for our legal advisor. John Pateman G, who's the area planning manager. We have other planning managers also present, other planning officers also present, so welcome. We have Sue Hooton here to help us on some ecology questions. And then the people that keep the meeting running, ticking and running on time are the important people to my right and my left and at the back who just keep things running smoothly. So welcome. We'll now move straight on to the agenda. First item is apologies for absence and substitutions. Do we have any apologies for absence, please?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillor Sarah Mansell and Councillor Barry Humphreys. Councillor Roland Warboys is substituting for Councillor Mansell, and Councillor David Byrne is substituting for Councillor Humphreys. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Do we need to receive any declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest by members? None received. Thank you. Any declarations of lobbying? Okay, on which one? I and Henley. Yeah. Yeah, and we've had the I previously as well, haven't we? Okay. Yeah, Councillor Warboys, any...
This is on the Worthing Lane, the Eco-Lodge one. It's the neighbouring water mine, and I've been in parish council meetings
where it's been
discussed.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so they're all non-pecuniary interest. Thank you. And sorry, they're all declarations. Start again. We've all been lobbied appropriately, but it's all recorded. Thank you. Declarations of personal site visits. Have we got any to declare? No, none. Thank you. Okay, next item, agenda item 5, is confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on the 18th of August 2021. Are there any points regarding the accuracy of the minutes that members wish to bring up? No, could I have a proposer for the minutes then, please? Thank you. Councillor Passmore, and a seconder? Councillor Field, thank you. Governance officers will now conduct an electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, if you go to the plus sign in the top right-hand corner of your ModGov app, this vote is now in progress. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 5 votes for and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thanks very much. The minutes of the meetings have now been confirmed and I will sign them later. Okay, agenda item 6, to receive notifications of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme. Are there any?
None received, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to the schedule of planning applications before us today. Just for the record, application DC 20-05587 has been withdrawn from this meeting. Just so that everyone's, in case there's anyone here waiting for that application. Okay, so we'll move straight on to the first one, which is DC 210329, 6 Cross Street in Eye. I'd like to invite the case officer, Alex Scott, to introduce the application to committee, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Members, as the Chairman's explained, this is item Agenda 7A in your papers, application reference DC/21-03629, 6 Cross Street in Eye. And the application before you is the use of the existing office building as parish meeting room, in addition to other office space, the erection of a front entrance canopy, construction of solar PV panel array to the roof, and with associated landscaping and parking. Now, the applicant is Mid-Suffolk District Council, which is why the application is before us today. And the aims of the proposal are to the creation of lettable office space for small businesses and new startup businesses, the provision of dedicated Town Council office space, and to provide sustainability improvements to the building. So I'll just move to the presentation. And the site location of Eye within the district for the avoidance of doubt, the approximate location of a site within the town and surrounding area, a wider aerial view of the town and site for you, and a closer aerial view showing the location. And this is a constraints map. The site is fully within the settlement boundary of the town, allows just outside of the town conservation area, which is that purple hatched area you can see there. And all the coloured buildings there are listed buildings of various grades. This is the site location plan and existing site layout provided with the application. Some site photos of the building as existing and the adjacent library recently constructed. Existing elevations of the building. Existing floor plans and roof plans of the building. The existing street scenes. And this is the proposed site layout. It shows parking bays constructed to disability scale, so they would be suitable for use for disabled persons. There's also a bike shelter proposed immediately behind it with 3 bike spaces, and also electric bike charging ability there proposed as well. And you can see the solar PV panels to the south roof slope also proposed. These are the proposed elevations showing all the list of improvements. Those are in your papers. And the proposed rear and side elevations. The proposed floor space. Now the yellow area indicates the area proposed for use by the Town Council. The purple area is additional office space. I believe there are 6 of those, lettable upstairs and downstairs. And the blue is a shared meeting room. There's also external space available at the back, secure bin storage, and air source heat pump, which is part of the sustainability measures proposed. This is what's proposed upstairs in terms of additional office space. And the roof plan, again showing the solar PV panels to the south-facing roof slope. Proposed street scene elevations as well there. As in your papers, officer recommendation for approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks very much. Do we have any questions for the case officer at all? Yeah, Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got several questions, if I may. There's been various comments about the parking taking up existing parking. Can you just clarify whether the parking spaces were previously, that area of land was previously allocated to this building, or was part of another car parking area? Secondly, disability access. There doesn't seem to be any at all, really, in terms of people with disabilities. So could you just clarify that? And thirdly, it's not clear from the papers, and maybe it doesn't need to be, about why we need so many offices there, and was consideration given to having affordable housing, or flats upstairs instead, or whatever? Is there the need for these, mini office block in the middle of Eye? Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Eburn. First of all, the parking. There's an area of hard standing within the site ownership to the front. I believe that was available for use when the building was previously occupied as offices by Suffolk County Council. It may have been used casually by other users in the interim. However, it is associated with that building. In terms of disability, we have consulted the Mid-Suffolk Disability Forum as part of the application, I believe, and there are certain improvements in terms of ramped access, although there are comments that internal layout could be better, but that's not necessarily for planning. That's for future occupants to discuss. In terms of affordable housing, yes, it's not something I was aware of. It's not something that necessarily your officers have looked at in terms of this particular application. But I will say that the building has an existing office use, therefore it could be used as proposed in the main without needing change of use planning. So I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I think the first question really is what the kilowatt capacity of the photovoltaics will be, and is there going to be battery backup, and also closely related, I wonder whether we might be able to get some sort of heritage look panels. I know there are better and worse, and I think we made a little progress a few years ago in getting ones that were black rather than ones with aluminium frames shining off them, and related questions to that. That's my first one.
Do you want to give them? Have you got another one? A follow up.
I think the other. Sorry. Yeah. The other question was quite different, and that was about the issues that have been raised by many objectors regarding the wider parking issues, and I wondered whether there is any measurable evidence about that that's been brought to play. And I did want to actually just ask the chair whether anybody is going to appear on behalf of the applicant.
Yep, we have the I-Town Council here, and then the ward member. No other speakers.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you, Councillor Matheson. In terms of the kilowatt capacity and battery backup, I don't have that information to hand specifically, but we do have the, yes, we do have. So maybe when the applicants are speaking, that could be a question that could be raised there. In terms of the heritage look of the panels, we have recommended a condition for the precise detail to be submitted. So there is the opportunity for that to come forward. When Heritage looked at this, they did think that there was an opportunity to have some better look panels. So we can ensure that the best quality in terms of the setting of heritage assets is provided. So there's the opportunity to come back on that. Yeah.
John, just so you're clear, since my notes were done, we have got the applicant here who is going to speak.
Yes, thank you. And in terms of the wider parking issues, yes, noted in the report, and we have received several responses from members of the public with concerns. There is provision for increased parking in the neighbourhood plan, I understand, but in terms of this planning application, the proposed provision is considered suitable for the existing building, and there is additional parking in the public car park adjacent. However, the comments in terms of capacity are noted. Yeah.
The applicant later. Thank you.
Thanks very much. No other, yes, Councillor Warboys, then Councillor Field.
It's another parking-related question, I'm afraid. On slide 8, if you'd like to put it up, there's photographs of the Queen's Head and the parking. If we could go. That's the one, yes. There's quite a lot going on to the side of the building, which is a site which is occupied by the parking which is going to go with the building. There's bins there, I can see barrels in the background, and one of the letters objecting was that the parking being allocated there is going to affect deliveries to the Queen's Head. Has that actually been investigated, as it were? Would we actually be restricting their access? I presume those bins are to do with the Queen's Head, or are they to do with the present empty offices?
Well, the red line plan, if I can just go back to that. Yes, so I think you can see there the red line associated with this application, and the access available to the Queen's Head at the back there. Yeah, it's not considered that the parking provision would in any way impede that. However, it is noted that there is informal parking in that area, and the use of bins. I would say that's a site ownership issue and access issue. John, please.
John, you want to come in?
I think probably just come in here and just clarify a couple of pieces with this particular application. Ultimately, that land is in the ownership of the applicant, as I understand, and there is obviously an informal arrangement that the bins and so on have been placed on that land. There is nothing stopping the owner of the land simply saying, don't put that stuff on my land, and clearing it. This is an informal arrangement so far. Ultimately, the applicant and the application before you is not to use the land, is to put forward the car parking on the land instead. But there is, like I said, there's nothing stopping them just taking the bins and other people's elements of use off that land and restricting it and clearing it. Before us as well, we need to be very careful about this office use. The current building is, as I understand it, an office use. Internally, we have no control in planning. They could subdivide this building as many times as they want and make as many offices out of this building as they so wish. This does not require any kind of consent. That is not exactly what's before us. Therefore, we need to be careful about the knock-on parking requirement because of what you can do under permitted development versus what's before us in terms of the external alterations proposed. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you for that. Councillor Field, you were next.
Thank you. It's just a question really about the accessibility, the disability considerations for this building. I'm not really clear. You did make a comment about an external ramp, but is that provided or not provided? Is it a dream or an actual intention? I know one of the, was it 3 kitchen areas is labelled as accessible and one of the toilets, but could you just make it clear to what extent does this go along, this development go along with the requirements of the disability experts?
Well, in terms of the comments received from the Disability Forum, I think they were generally satisfied with the proposed provision, from what I can see. There was a comment about internal accessibility to certain office space, you know, could be better, and they've requested that. But certainly it was felt improvements on the existing layout. I really got that feeling.
Are the doors the right width for wheelchairs? Is there a ramp outside? I note there's a comment that you can't put a lift to the first floor. Many people put stair lifts in. Just what, you know?
John, we've got the
How far
applicant.
are we going?
We've got the applicant here as well. If we haven't got that detail, if you want to ask them, get the finer detail.
Yes, I think a detailed question for the applicant, Chair. Yeah.
Can I just come in on that one,
Yeah.
if I may? So, in terms of, is it possible to put the elevations back on screen? The front entrance appears to be level with the path as shown on the elevations. Is that correct? So, the need for a ramp, I'm not clear on. That in terms of, so on page 45 of your papers, that's the existing, so we're not changing the front entrance. There's no ramp shown, sorry, the proposed elevations, my apologies, is on page 47. That appears to be a level access arrangement. I think that might, and if it isn't, it's certainly what's shown on here, and that should be secured if members wish to secure it as a level entrance way for disabled users. Beyond that, the internal arrangement, we can encourage doors wide enough for disability, and there are other rules and regulations that someone has to follow, but ultimately we can't entirely control what people do to their internal works.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor.
Sorry to go on about parking. Can we have slide 8 again, please? Yeah, it's the one showing the pub in there somewhere. Now, am I right in saying there are double yellow lines down the side of the existing building that appear to go through what we're now told is land owned by the council? So Suffolk County Council at one point thought no parking at any time, and now we're putting parking spaces there. Just seems to be a confusion. Those to the left there. Or do those double yellow lines stop?
I think they stop, but we can check with the applicant.
Yeah. Just a confusion. Thank you.
Yeah. Or the town council will know. We can ask them. Yeah, Councillor Passmore.
Thanks, Matthew. Just a very quick point of information. If you look at one of the plans that we had up earlier, there is a large car park actually to the left of the building as you look at it, and I think people need to understand that, and perhaps the ward member and applicant would be able to clarify that. Plus the comments about the double yellow line, it might be useful to hear them earlier rather than later.
Okay. Well, on that note, we will move on. So we'll now move on to the public speakers.
First up, I'd like to invite the representative of I-Town Council to speak, Councillor Richard Berry, and you have 3 minutes. We do keep you to the 3 minutes, and the timer's here, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors. I'd like to start by placing this proposed development within the context of the iNeighbourhood Plan. This is now formally adopted after a referendum, and one of the key vision statements is that I should become, and I quote from the document, a green town with community projects to encourage green energy and conservation. It is the Council's view that this project does that, and is probably the first such project to have been designed with these principles in mind. In its posting on the portal, I-Town Council has noted the environmentally conscious aspects of the design and considers that this will satisfy the relevant policies of the iNeighbourhood Plan. I would like to address the issue of parking, as this was a significant factor in resident objections placed on the portal. And my first comment is that a public engagement strategy for projects like these might have prevented, exaggerated, and in the Council's view, under-researched impacts of parking demand taking hold, especially when a building like this is designed to reduce car use. There's no doubt I needs a parking review, as it does with through movement of HGVs. This is why the iNeighbourhood Plan has included better management of parking as a community aspiration, both by better management of the space we have and of provision of new car parking, as was mentioned in the discussion, as a medium-term objective. We'll work with Mid-Suffolk officers to achieve this, and have already formed a parking group to collect evidence, which is already finding areas for improvement, which could alleviate any impact on parking demand from this project. The Town Council's position is that it would simply be wrong to stop sustainable community projects because I needs a parking review. It's surely better to solve this by addressing Community Aspiration 1 of the iNeighbourhood Plan now. I could stagnate if improvements are delayed because parking is not addressed. Back to the development itself. This development is innovative and would be the first of its kind in I. Innovation is not without risk, but the potential returns in terms of high quality employment and local business development are attractive. I-Town Council will work with officers to seek success for this building and in tandem to address legitimate concerns about parking in I. I hope you will feel able to support this scheme, combined with parallel efforts to improve parking, so as to begin the environmentally sustainable future for our town to the benefit of all its citizens. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. A few questions. Could you just clear up the double yellow line question outside?
I'm not sure, Chair, if I'm exactly the right person to do that. I think the company that designed it are probably better. But there are double yellow lines that go right around the car parking area, which is currently used in a rather haphazard way. I believe the design solution actually improves that and gives us two parking spaces with electronic parking points, and that would be an improvement.
Thank you. Any other questions for the Town Council? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now move on to the applicant. We have Kate Parnham and Kevin White. I don't know who wants to speak, but over to you, and again, if you can keep to 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Kevin White from Barefoot and Gillis Architects, the architects for the scheme. As has been mentioned, we're seeking to contribute to the urgently needed decarbonisation of the council's building stock, and we're looking to do that with this design. Regarding parking, the design of the proposed development has ensured that the full amount of the available site area has been used for vehicle parking. This allows 2 car bays, 4 bike bays. 100% of the car bays have electrical charging facilities, and 50% of the bike bays, so electric bikes as well as electric cars. In response to representations received, the applicant has also offered to enlarge the car bays to the disabled parking size standard as far as possible within the red line constraints of the site ownership. So the parking provision overall is as generous as it can be, considering the existing ownership. Regarding disability access, the design does include ramps to both entrances, so there are level accesses to both of the main entrances to the building. It will also include, or be ensured, through building control approval process, that the doors are wide enough, we can get the turnings into the meeting room, that that there is a full accessibility on that ground floor for wheelchair users. Regarding photovoltaics, it's around about 4 kilowatt peak capacity, which should give us something like 7,200 kilowatt hours a year. The design of the panels includes a bespoke edging strip, which will work with the planning condition to tie the panels visually into the existing roof and elevations to prevent the appearance of a stuck-on, bright, shiny set of panels on the roof. Just to outline the sustainability improvements. So we're looking to reduce energy demand from space heating and cooling by insulating roof, external walls, and the ground floor, adding external solar shading to prevent overheating, which is a key issue with offices, that's on the south windows, and improving natural ventilation. We'll reduce energy demand from lighting and small power with high-efficiency LEDs throughout and installing A-rated appliances. And finally, that reduced demand is supplied via renewables, the photovoltaic array on the south-facing roof slope, plus the air source heat pump, as noted by the planning officer, located in the external space to the rear. So this will reduce pollution caused by the use of the building, reducing carbon emissions and therefore reducing environmental impact from the beneficial use of this building.
Thank you very much. Okay, any questions at all? Yeah, Councillor Eburn.
Vice Chair, thank you for that. Just on the outside area that's within the red line, there's nothing on our plans that we've got here differentiating that from the rest of the space. So how, firstly, will it be differentiated? Will there be this sort of a wavy red line around the parking spaces, but I'm not sure that that actually represents anything because there's no key. But will that be differentiated in any way from the rest of the road? And presumably you've answered the question that the double yellow lines will disappear. And secondly, with the both those disabled parking spaces, presumably they can be used by anybody. So if someone is visiting the pub, they would park there as well. Thank you.
Regarding the double yellow lines, initial discussions with Highways suggest that it isn't going to be a problem to amend the road marking layout there, and there's no objection from them in us having parking in that location. Regarding the demarcation of the boundary line, the ownership line, I'm assuming is the area question asking about. I mean, it's possible for brass studs or something to be put in the ground, but it's I don't know. Currently, that's not shown on the drawings, but could be added if that was a requirement.
Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yes. Apologies. This maybe ought to have gone to the planning officer, but I've just found it, and it's absolutely follows on where we are discussing at the moment, questioning at the moment, and that is that slide 7 should perhaps show a blue line boundary of ownership as well. I'm not entirely clear how it pans out between various authorities and so on, but I think it would be valid and useful to know where the blue line might go.
Alex, do you want to come in?
In terms of the blue line, so other land which is within Suffolk District Council control or ownership, yes. I don't believe we have that as part of the application. It could be useful, but I don't believe we have that. Yeah.
The applicant's got their hand up. Yeah, do you want to come in?
The red line actually is the blue line as well for us. So
the red line is it's both. It's a red and blue line. It's the same line.
That is correct, yes. And the bit outside next to the pub is in county ownership, and they're talking about having an agreement with the pub around their access there.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Field.
Thank you for the data on the disability issues. I didn't quite catch the figure you quoted for the kilowatt hours of the solar panels. Could you repeat that?
So the rating of the array we would expect to be around 4 kilowatt peak. It will depend on the exact specification of the solar panels, but we're expecting around 7,200 kilowatt hours per year as the output from the panels.
Thank you. That's what I thought you said. Could I just say for 36 panels, that's extremely low.
We'll make it as high as we can.
Sorry?
Apologies.
They're usually 240 watts each, if not 320, and last time I did maths, that comes to a lot more than 4.
I didn't want to overpromise, and we haven't had that engineered as yet.
Thank you.
Councillor Warburton.
Yes, again, it comes back to this car park. Essentially, are these car parking spaces private car parking spaces for the use of the office and the bicycle racks and the charging points?
That's the intention, yes.
That's the intention. So they would be securable, I presume, from the random use of the pub space by the pub.
That would be ideal, but the position that it is in, it's not practical to fence or you know, physically. I mean, we could put bollards in potentially, I suppose, lockable bollards, but at the minute those aren't shown in the design.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Right, so we'll move on. We now move on to the ward member. Councillor Gould, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And really, all I want to do is, well, first to thank Town Councillor Richard Berry for very clear sort of statements about from the eye perspective. And perhaps I'll just add a few points to that. First, in terms of the planning issues, which I think are very simple in this case. This is not a change of use, but bringing back into use of a derelict office building, and to be welcomed for that. I think the description I did when the report was first published have some calls about it being titled Parish Meeting Room. Now, I think this is done, and that the case officer may, or Mr. Bateman-G may clarify this, but I think this is a necessary thing to allow for the Town Council to meet with members of the public in the thing. It's not a full description or even a main description of the building's use. The proposal, as has been said, provides 2 parking spaces with EV charging plus 4 bike spaces, 2 of which are for EVs. This is the same as the previous provision when the building was in use. Now, the County Council's guidance suggests 4 parking spaces, so the actual shortfall here, if you were to regard it as such, is 2 spaces. I'll come to say a little more about parking in a moment or two. One of the big issues in I is the need for investment. Now, the I neighbourhood plan, which Councillor Berry's referred, provides for over 700 new homes over the life of the plan, which takes up to 2036. Members may well be aware that the neighbourhood plan, I neighbourhood plan, went through referendum in May when got 88% support on a very substantial turnout, because it was the same day as the county election, and indeed the police commissioner election. And there could be said that there's a social contract in place with local people, whereby the growth is of a type and in a place that they want to see. So this is the basis of the acceptance or indeed interest in having growth of this scale. That it's in a place that they want to see, it's of the type they want to see, and crucially, that it's supported by proper investment in supporting infrastructure. And that infrastructure has to include provision for economic growth because people need jobs as well as homes. This initiative will help support that need and aspiration. Now, to move to parking, I has a parking challenge. That parking challenge does not arise because of this proposal. It is a pre-existing and growing challenge. And it's of itself no need. It makes no reason, provides no reason to deny the opportunity for this investment. As a community representative on the Invest in I board put it, this application is effectively acted as a lightning rod for the pre-existing issue and concern around parking. Now, Councillor Berry referred to the parking work provision within the neighbourhood plan, and there was work that started on that, and particularly survey work, when COVID hit. But that work is now being picked up again. We have a local working party, town working party now in place, which comprises, yes, town council membership, but crucially good community representation and business representation. So if you go to I these days, you may well see people in high-vis jackets with clipboards. They are undertaking detailed surveys of parking use. And interestingly, one of the early findings that they've come across is that we don't make very good use of the parking space that we have. And that actually our immediate thought and concern was a rush to try and find additional parking spaces, and that work is in hand. But the early view of certainly of the chair of the working group is that through some management measures, there is no immediate need for that additional parking. Now, just to move on to, indeed finish with some points about sustainability. Now, I'm very pleased and proud that I Town Council, in step with this council and indeed the county council, has committed itself to an ambition in terms of carbon reduction, to be a carbon-free town. And this building does take us some way, helps us along that journey. What we've also talked about in the Invest in I board is the idea of having some exemplar buildings within the town that can demonstrate what is possible to achieve in terms of carbon reduction. And this would be could be the first of those exemplar buildings. Just want to finish, if I may, Chair, by picking up Councillor Eben's question about affordable homes. One of the factors that got us to over 700 homes within I was housing survey, housing need work to understand the level of affordable homes likely to be needed in the town, and applying this council's policy and also looking at sites available. That number of additional homes will make good provision for meeting the affordable need in the town in the future. Chair, I'll finish there. I commend this application to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the ward member? Yeah, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, obviously the parking has been an overwhelming issue that's been raised in representations. What I'm looking at very, very specifically is that the Town Council's representative spoke in terms of parallel improvements when mentioning parking specifically, and you know, in the same way you said there's a social contract with the residents that you know, the problems will be solved. And I noticed that the issue of parking is apparently actually number one in the neighbourhood plans list of things that need to get sorted. So would it be unreasonable if the district council, as the owner of this property, accepting that possibly in planning terms one could not be reasonably objecting and refusing, that as owner we should ensure that the parking improvements do actually move in parallel, such that by the time this building comes back into use, there is actually additional parking identified and available at that same moment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matheson. I think the point is well made, and certainly there is a clear determination to improve parking provision in the town. This means net additional space, and it means better management of what we have. And certainly I would be very hopeful indeed that by the time this scheme is built and in play, that additional parking capacity or freed up parking capacity through better management measures has been achieved.
Thank you very much. Councillor Warboys.
Thank you, Chair. You'll have to try and refresh my memory, but how many other EV charging points are there in I?
Two others.
Two others, and they're in the large car park immediately.
Yeah. So what you have here is this building, the new library, the newly refurbished and admired public toilets, and then the end of that are the two EV charging points, which I have to say are being increasingly well used.
And could you just confirm how many other parking places there are in the car park next door? Approximately. 50, 100?
Right, various numbers are being spoken to me. So I think safely 55 places, plus or minus 5 to 10 places.
Okay, so in the range of 50 odd places in the car park next door. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, members, that's all the information put before us. It's over us now to discuss, debate and come to a conclusion. Yeah, Councillor Passmore first off.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you very much for all the substantive comments and explanations and questions. So I think we've had a very good debate here, and I have to say that I think this is a very good application. I do know the town very well, having lived nearby for nearly 40 years, believe it or not. And I can remember when this particular office was part of the old CSD partnership, going back in the mists of time. But on a more serious point, I think the idea of bringing employment jobs we all need, that is really, really important, particularly giving opportunities, as I say many times, to the younger generation. That is absolutely fundamental to what this council should be about. It is in a sensitive location, we would agree with that. And the last thing that we need in my opinion, or anywhere else for that matter, is a building that is vacant, becoming derelict, untidy, and an unholy mess. It does not do any good at all to do this. I think it's an excellent scheme looking at what's being used. It's sustainable. It has the support not just of the ward member, but of the town council. And I think it's very, very important. I do believe that the disability questions have been addressed already. And I think when it comes to the parking issue, I am absolutely confident that will be resolved through the parking group, and I think we should leave that up to local people to decide that. And I think listening to what people have said I would be very confident that any issues would be resolved through better management. There are other fairly major car parks in walking distance near the town centre, and I know there are pockets of land in the vicinity that perhaps could be used better. So I would like to propose acceptance and move to grant planning permission for this. And I think, frankly, just about all the issues that might have been talked about have actually been addressed, Chairman. So that's my proposal. I think we should grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have anyone else? Councillor Mayor.
Thanks. I'm very happy to second that proposal, but I would like to make one comment. The disabled parking spaces as they are at the moment, I personally think are a hazard. If I drive forward into one of those spaces, I cannot leave going forward because of the bike shed. I therefore have to back out. I won't see down the public entrance to the car park until my vehicle is sticking out into that exit, and I think there will be accidents. I believe they should be configured 90 degrees so that at least you're backing in and out into a wider space. Suffolk County Council Highways don't see that as an issue, so I don't think I can disagree with them, but I personally do see that as an accident black spot waiting to happen. But otherwise, it's I think, an excellent scheme, and I'm happy to.
Thanks very much. Councillor Eburn.
Thank you, Chair. I just think if members are minded to approve this, I wonder if on the conditions we can firstly make sure that the spec for the solar panels takes heritage issues into consideration. And secondly, there are ramps on the disabled ramps on the drawings, but can we make sure that the specification of that, for those covers the appropriate handrails and so on, not just a ramp itself? And thirdly, is it possible to kind of put some kind of informative, as it were, with regards to the internal layout in order that that meets disability standards as much as possible? Thank you, Chair.
So basically, you just want. I mean, I think it could just be in the recommendation that we make sure that the site meets all disability legislation, and which I'm sure it would anyway. And then secondly, that the solar panels are agreed in discussion with officers. Are you happy with that? Yeah, with our officers. Are you happy with that, Councillor Passmore, Councillor Mayor? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what I was just saying. We said we couldn't talk about internal design, but as long as it meets disability.
Ultimately, this is a public building, so there's already obligations in respect of it would have public access, so therefore you have to comply with the Disability Act anyway. There's no harm putting an informal note to that effect on the planning application. In terms of the specification of the solar panels, obviously it's already a condition, so the details and specification would come back to officers, and as Heritage is part of our department, we're part of the same team, so that's not a problem in any event. I'm a little confused about these ramps. I can't.
I think if we just agree for full that we make sure we meet all disability requirements, because then that's all we can do. We can't condition things that are outside of the.
The ramps are on the drawings. Yeah. So, but there's a comment saying that they've got posts and not handrails. So if the ramps are there, they need to have.
I think that the point there is that they've obviously decided to look at the looking at the photos of the site. It already seems to be a level access anyway, but my comment would be that a condition to say effectively for the avoidance of doubt, you're looking at level access for disabled access to be agreed. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak before we go to a vote? Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I think on the disability issues is perhaps slightly poorly expressed in the representation, and perhaps the point is the posts, not the slope or non-slope. It might be level, but it may be that the posts are not.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't think we should be saying what should or shouldn't be there. We should just make sure it meets the guidance. We're not experts in the requirements of disability access.
So if we condition that we make, so what wording can we use to make sure that we meet all the requirements of particularly the Disability Forum and their concerns?
Chairman, we just make, as said, it's compliant with the DDA. I don't think we need to complicate it anymore, because that should take account of that. Otherwise, it wouldn't be compliant.
Okay, so that's conditioned. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the other point really, and it may be that that this needs to be dealt with through one of Mr. Isbell's famous informatives. Really, is in terms of our responsibilities as the owner and the applicant. And you know, there's two things that seem to be troubling still. Really, one is we have policy to keep the pubs open, or at least one per settlement, and this is the only one in Eye, as far as I know, and it has had its problems already. So I think, you know, that is a worry that we should not do something with the parking arrangements in front of our property, which is actually going to seriously impede them. That is a concern. The other concern that I don't think we should brush aside too quickly, really, is the effect of the parking problems on all the other businesses. You know, we have an economic development responsibility, and we're trying to fulfil that, which is great here. And yes, we want to see the building opened again, but we don't want it to be at the expense of making life even more difficult for all the existing businesses. So, you know, I'd really like us to be setting that out very clearly. I mean, we've heard Councillor Gould is hopeful that the two things might be delivered at the same time, but I think that for me, I'd want us to really set that out with the permission.
Can I just say that, I mean, I'll just give I haven't expressed a view yet, so I think this is an existing office. We're bringing an existing office and better use of an asset. We ask for environmental conditions to be thought through, and clearly they have. We want people actually to cycle there, John, not go by car. You always, you know, that's one of your strong things. You would rather people cycled. So actually, I'm happy that we see people cycle there or walk there rather than always driving. And also, Eye has a very good bus service, so I'm hopeful people can get in through other means of transport. So for me, I don't think it needs more. I'm happy with what Councillor Passmore and Mayor have put forward, and I'll be supporting that. Councillor Warboys.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree as much as what has been said. Eye is a growing community. I think this is a really interesting development. It's bringing back a redundant building, as you say, and making it available to the public for use as office space. It's a diversification of the use of the spaces in the town. I think the car parking and bike storage system, it's not enough for if the office space is full. I don't think, this is a subjective opinion, but I don't think there's enough car parking space or bicycle space for everybody who will be using that building if the building is at full capacity, just counting the number of chairs. I think we are kind of designing in a sort of point of conflict between the use of the space outside the Queen's Head for deliveries and occasional parking, picking people up. It's a congested area. There is a large car park, a short walk away. There are more disabled spaces and 2 more EV charging points. I think managing this as a private EV charging point and bicycle storage system for the sole use of the office block I don't think it's going to be manageable, because people use it. If they're visiting the pub with a bike, and that's the only secure bicycle storage route that I know of in Eye, you can correct me, they will put their bike there. So that is, I think, my whether that could be conditional, whether that could be made accessible to the public. It's a disabled parking space, again, disabled people. It's closer than the existing public disabled spaces, and though it's the district council officers, it's owned by the district council and they have a public responsibility too, not just have a private car parking space very close to a public amenity. I think I've explained my point, but...
Okay, thank you.
You asked me to clarify it.
Anyone else wish to come in before we go to a vote? Yep, Councillor Field.
Yes, there's some risk. I'm just going to say what Councillor Warble has said again in different words. Obviously, the environmental benefits of the conversion to this building seem significant, and bringing it back into use is also significant. I do find this, the ratio of the number of desks was around 20 to the available car parking a worry. Clearly, we'd all like everybody to cycle or walk to work, and situated in the middle of the town, there is a possibility that that will occur. But there is a vague feeling that we're building a problem, and certainly a problem for the adjacent pub, which is a business we want to survive. I guess on balance, I've got to the point that say go along with it. If it's parking is a real god-awful problem, then this conversion won't be viable, and that's down to us who chooses to finance it. So not really as us as a planning authority to try and solve the unsolvable. There isn't a space for additional parking here. We've all heard about the scheme to revise parking across Eye, which again may or may not achieve a big difference. So I think with some reluctance I'm inclined to go along with this.
Councillor Passmore, we want to come back before we go.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew. I was just going to say, I'm picking up on John's point here regarding the inferring the working group. I mean, I really would be quite confident they will come up with solutions. I absolutely understand everybody's concerns. I think they're very well made points, but I'm sure they will have listened to what has been said here, and I don't think we can actually condition it, but certainly some sort of advisory note. More than happy with that, just to say, please have a look at this very carefully, find out how you can make it even more sustainable than it is, and I'm sure that would deal with it, because I know there's a real willingness of people locally to address this, so it does not become a problem and it doesn't make it the whole project unviable. Thank you.
Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not going to repeat any of what's been said previously. I think it's been aired extremely well. I shall be supporting this. I'm very pleased to see something like this come forward, mainly because, or particularly because, it brings the town council and the clerk into much closer contact with the community. It makes them immediately available. And I think that for a town like Eye can only be a good thing. The present meeting facilities in the town hall are not really suitable for informal conversation with councillors or the clerk. I think this makes it a very much a step in resolving that problem. So I shall be supporting it.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Matheson, you want to come back?
Yeah. It sounded as if Councillor Passmore was rising to my suggestion of an informative. I wonder whether Councillor Mayer might join in and we could actually get the words to that.
An informative. Councillor Passmore, did you want an informative added?
You did seem to say that, so I think we could put it down as an advisory note, just to emphasise that point, but that's all it is, Chairman. That's the main one.
Yeah, no problem.
It is an issue, I understand.
Happy. So what would the informative note actually say? Because I'm not clear.
Concerns regarding the pub.
John, do you want to come in? I'm not sure that's an informative at all, but...
Okay. Let's forget the involvement of the council as district council for the moment. We're the local planning authority. We deal with anyone as the applicant, and we have to deal with them in terms of planning rules. would it be, this is a note, so in many respects, it's literally the applicant just can read it and ignore it entirely. There's nothing we can do about that. This is not a condition. But ultimately, what does it actually ask them to do in terms of any kind of actions that are reasonable, necessary, or necessary in all other respects?
Yeah. Chairman, you could argue that any advisory note is not really worth the paper it's written on, but I'm just trying to be helpful here to address concerns that members have made in order to come up with a solution. I mean, it's pretty obvious, it's common sense. I know you can't have common sense when it comes to planning conditions, but actually, without being flippant, seriously, something like that, just to put in an appendix, I do think would help address it. And there have been some local people.
So can we actually, I'm really sorry, but we're going round and round in circles. Can someone just give me the wording of what the informative
yes,
note
I have
will
already
say?
said that.
Councillor Eburn thinks she's got some words for you.
I think it sounds as though an informative is to ensure that the parking for this application considers the accessibility to the pub and the proposed parking reforms within I, so that they're just looking at those, and just so we've got the concerns about access to the pub and concerns about that lots of people have raised. I mean, I'd rather everyone walked there, but we've got to listen to the community's views, and the communities have said they've got a concern about this. So if we can just say, the informative says we shall review consider in the parking condition that the access to the pub and the forthcoming review of parking in I.
Is that possible?
May I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
I'm writing down a note to request that the final parking arrangement to be agreed as your condition that is in your recommendation takes into account the public house and the, what was the other, the advisory group?
And the forthcoming car parking review of in I.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. So, Councillor Passmore, Councillor Mayor, are you happy with that?
Yep.
Okay. With that, I think we will, on that basis, just ask, just to run through the recommendations, obviously on page 25 of the papers, as laid out, with the additional informative, and then the additional bullet points about the disability, meeting disability. What is the exact wording of that? Alex, can you come in, or John? And then we'll go to the vote.
So the recommendation before members at the moment, and forgive me because I've lost the page. Right, so the recommendation is for us to be authorised to grant planning permission subject to the conditions on page 25, which is standard time limit, approved plans, notwithstanding the submitted information, parking layout to be agreed, proposed sustainability measures to be fully implemented prior to first use occupation, details of the solar panels to be agreed, the render colour to be agreed, and the biodiversity enhancements to be fully implemented that have been proposed as well. And in addition to that, if I go back to my other notes, we are looking to add a condition for the avoidance of doubt that level access for disabled use details shall be agreed, including any handrails, and carried out. We have an informative note on disabled access and internal arrangements to be compliant, an informal note to request that the final car parking to be agreed as per condition takes into account the public house and forthcoming parking review, and finally I'm going to confirm that the details for the solar panels condition shall be considered by both planning and heritage officers.
Okay, thank you. On that basis, we'll go to the vote, please. It's just being typed up. Give me 1 second.
Thank you, members. That vote is now in progress in your app. I think we're okay, actually. I thought so. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. That's 7 votes for and 1 against.
Okay. Councillor Byrne, I'm sorry, we are starting. Yes. Councillor Field.
Just make clear on this one, I obviously talking about lobbying, being involved as the previous now retired county councillor for this area. I've been involved in many discussions at the parish over God knows how many years involving this particular application. I don't think that represents a serious issue that I should in any way withdraw.
So non-pecuniary interest.
Non-pecuniary.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move straight into DC 2103-087, the Cross Keys in Henley. Now hand over to the case officer, Alex Scott, to introduce the item. And just for the record, Councillor Passmore is the ward member for this, so won't be voting, and we'll get an opportunity to speak later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Members, this is item 7B in the papers, application reference DC 21030887, site at the Cross Keys Public House at Bells Cross near Henley. The application before you is proposing an extension and use of part of the existing pub and outbuilding for 2 holiday lets. The erection of ancillary cycle store, stroke dog shower building, a covered barbecue area, recycling area, solar PV array, and EV charging points. All proposals would be ancillary to the existing public house land use. So we'll move forward to the presentation. So the location of Henley within the district, for the avoidance of doubt, the location of the site within the immediate area at the Bells Crossroads to the north of Henley. An aerial view of the wider site and the site location aerial view. This is a constraints map, so very few constraints other than it's in open countryside, no settlement boundary around Bells Cross itself. There are a few listed buildings in the vicinity, and we have Bawley's Wood, which is ancient woodland. So they're the main constraints. This is a site location plan of the site, so the application site outlined in red, and further site to the south, which is described in this and other applications as the orchard, which is also ancillary. Now this is the proposed site layout showing the proposals. So we have the existing outbuilding here proposed to be extended and converted to 1 holiday let. The existing garage and existing store here and extension proposed to be another holiday let. The remainder of the pub would remain for that use, and that would continue to be the principal land use of the site and building. We have a little bit of the existing beer garden given over to external amenity space for the Cart Lodge holiday let. However, a large area of beer garden would remain. This is the area of the cycle store and dog shower, the covered barbecue area, the recycling area, the solar PV array, and the additional parking for the electric vehicle charging there. Existing elevations of the building and existing floor plans of the public house building. Proposed elevations, so the extension would be in this area here, so just sitting in nicely there. And the proposed floor plans, and as you can see, the existing bar and dining areas, the bar servery, the kitchen, and what's termed the cellar would remain, as well as upstairs ancillary living and storage space. This is the area proposed to be given over to one of the holiday lets, and this is the extension at the back, and we have an area of the existing store and garage which would be proposed to be converted as part of the application. Now, this is the existing outbuilding, which, as you saw on the layout, sits behind the existing pub building. So that's proposed to be extended with a living room extension extending away from the existing public house building and converted to another holiday let. And these are the elevations of the ancillary structures, the bike store, secure bike parking, a dog shower for washing down dogs after walking, presumably, the covered barbecue station, and a section of the solar PV array. Onto some photographs, the existing frontage of the building and access, and then looking towards the crossroads along the frontage. This is a view from the car park looking towards the rear of the building. You might be able to see the cart lodge to the rear there, into the existing beer garden and cart lodge, and that would be extended that way, the proposed extension beyond that. And then from the street scene, so existing garage proposed to be converted. You can see the cart lodge adjacent to the highway in that direction. and then just a closer view of the areas of conversion and extension from that adjacent highway. So that concludes the presentation. As in your papers, officer recommendation of approval with conditions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions for the case officer at this time? Yeah, Councillor Mayor, then Councillor Eban.
Can you confirm the pub is currently closed?
It certainly appears that way from my site visit, yes.
Councillor Eban.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered why we've, the conditions talk about not exceeding 3 holiday lets on the site, but we only have got 2. And therefore, could the pub then decide not to run and turn the pub into the third one? So, or have the third one as the whole building, for example. So could you just explain why it's 3 and not 2? Thank you.
I believe that may be a mistake, or the area planning manager might have more information.
Can we just go back to the plans then, because there are 3 proposed. You've got part of the pub which is becoming a holiday let, and you've got 2 outbuildings that are becoming holiday lets. Can you just go back to the plans so I clarify this? Or is there only 2? So have we said 3 by mistake and we should have only put 2?
Yeah, my question was because there's
yes, so
one outbuilding.
That's one.
And then the extension to the pub. My concern was if...
That's 2. That's it, isn't it? Oh, okay. So apologies then. In terms of the recommendation, where it says shall not exceed 3, we should actually be putting not exceed 2. Can we, yes, so please accept that as our correction, and apologies. And the other reason to actually put that condition on there is so that subdivision of the 2, to make them 3, 4, 5, whatever, can't occur. It has to be 2 total. So it's 2. Thank you.
If I can come back, Chair, the concern is that if the pub's currently closed and hasn't got an active licence, can the pub at a later date say we want to be a holiday let and we want to rent out the building as a large 4-bed holiday let or whatever?
But that would be the subject of a further application to be decided at a later date. And you'll also see that in our conditions we've actually said that and essentially this applies to the holiday let that's part of the pub, that it can't be expanded, so you can't just make it bigger and bigger and bigger.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor.
Two things. One, are you confident that the requirement that the holiday accommodation remain ancillary to the principal public house land use is as a stronger influence as we can bring on the pub to reopen and continue in business? The second point really is have Highways in any way commented on the redevelopment of the garage area, because visibility at that junction is pretty poor in that area. So, but I guess the building already exists, so difficult to know what to do with it. But the question is, have Highways proposed any action?
Thank you, Councillor Field. No, I don't think the issue of the loss of the garage has specifically been raised by Highways. However, I think the resultant on-site turning and parking and provision would be acceptable. There's certainly a significant car park, I would suggest, on the site that could be used, and perhaps is being used by current occupants of the building. Certainly when I was on site, that seemed to be the case. The garage as well is, again, this hasn't been mentioned specifically by Highways, but I would suggest it is rather narrow, and I would question whether that meets current parking standards for garage widths anyway, if that's helpful.
Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I thought we'd better just get a clarity around caravans. I know that's a wonderfully complicated and obscure kind of area. Do we need to be putting some sort of constraint on how many caravans or how long or something? I mean, we are giving some sort of permission to use the land for touring caravans, which, I mean, seems in principle to be a good idea if it's a holiday, holiday operation. Then camping, yes, touring caravans, yes, but do we need to just look at that a little closely?
John Popenry.
The proposal before you is not a campsite or caravan park. That is not part of this application. That is something that the applicant might be thinking about to the land to the south of this public house. But ultimately they feel they can do that under permitted development given the number of caravan units they are proposing. So therefore it is not within our remit to deal with that.
Okay.
Do you agree with their assumption that they can do it under permitted development? I think that would help us quite a lot if you said no or yes.
It comes down to the number, and I believe it's less than 5. Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. John, Councillor Field, do you want to come back? Sorry, I cut you off early.
Okay, it's just I thought there was a misunderstanding between us there. That what I was asking was that the garage of the pub is exceedingly close to the adjacent road, and I personally have had to deal with the questions about a number of serious accidents there, not to do with the car parking at the pub at all, but to do with people exiting that side road. And I was just questioning whether Highways had indicated they're satisfied with this. It's not an opportunity to make some improvement. I was just looking for your comment on that.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Field. Yes, but as I mentioned, I don't believe Highways have commented specifically on the garage, but if it's felt that there is a safety issue, well then that would be removed as part of this proposal, one could say.
Councillor Passman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Just a question. On page 69, on place services, it's got in the middle of there, no objection, subject to securing a proportionate financial contribution towards visitor management measures for the Stour and Orwell estuaries. Now, what is an appropriate financial contribution? I'm baffled as to why we'd be getting involved with the River Stour, which is many miles away from mid-Suffolk. And I've don't recall ever seeing anything like that before. And it's quite a difficult one, proportionate. What are we talking about, 50 quid, 100? But if we were talking about thousands, that's a complete, but I don't know. But it'd be, I would really be interested to hear what it is, please.
Thank you, Chair. I can clarify that Henley lies within the zone of influence for the recreational disturbance at the Deben estuary, not the Stour and Orwell, and therefore it is a tariff under the adopted Suffolk Coast Recreational Avoidance and Mitigation Strategy. So it should say Deben estuary. Off the top of my head, I think it's about £120, something like that, per unit. Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And well spotted. Okay. No other questions. We'll move on to the speakers then. So, first of all, I'd like to invite the Parish Council. Kevin Griggs, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Hicks. Henley Parish Council have been trying for years to support plans which would keep the Cross Keys open as a pub. We don't accept and never have the often repeated argument that the site is fundamentally doomed and will never make money. The Suffolk countryside is dotted with thriving pub restaurants in unpromising locations, and they work because they are offering some people and are willing to travel to. The old days of the pub, which will only survive if within a walking distance of committed drinkers, have long gone. Nowadays, the business is about food, families, and there's nothing wrong with the Cross Keys as a site for the proposition in the right hands. The Parish Council has consistently opposed the current owner's multiple change of use applications. We will continue to do so, whoever owns it. It's a real and unnecessary shame that the Cross Keys has stood empty and unused since 2014. And the Parish Council will back anyone who wants to run it as an attractive venue for food, drink and entertainment. When his application was tabled, we said, in the light of the history of the site, the Parish Council requests that any planning permission includes a clear condition that, as promised by the applicant, the pub is reopened once all the work and renovation has been completed, and that all reasonable efforts are made to run it successfully for the foreseeable future. It is perhaps understandable that the planner's briefing note says that the condition is not enforceable, and it's true, we can't oblige someone to run a successful business, but surely we can put real weight behind the insistence that we are only supporting the application on the basis that the application delivers on his promise to do his very best to make the place work. We understand that we can't be a legal obligation, but it can certainly be a moral obligation, and surely the committee could be at least make it very clear if they approve the application, that its support is based on promise to reopen the pub. No one can guarantee profitability, but the applicant has to stand by his commitment expressed at the public parish meeting, that he will use all his expertise in this field to make the pub work. The complication, of course, and the source of the public unease is that the applicant doesn't actually own the pub as yet. We don't know the terms of the deal between him and the current owner. It is fair to say that there is not much local confidence in the current owner, and it would be amazing if he didn't still have a long-term eye on the potential development value of the site if the pub was to fail. It's reassuring that the planner's recommendations are clear, that the holiday lets must not be operated or occupied independently, and are not to be occupied as independent dwellings.
It will have to be the last sentence, please. The time is up.
But possibly remains that this could be stage one of a process of development creek unless there is the clearest possibility that the statement from the committee that it would not entertain a renewed future change of use application into residential development site. The Parish Council supports the application with some trepidation and nervousness and invites the committee to share our hope that the site will be a successful pub rather than stepping stone to unwanted development.
Thank you. Okay. I'll give the applicant another half minute as well, just to be fair when we come on to that. So any questions at all for the Parish Council? Yeah, Councillor Eburn.
Thank you, Chair. It's more for the officer, really, because one of the things I wanted to check was that that condition which the Parish Councillor has mentioned. It kind of says the one that says holiday accommodation to remain ancillary to principal public house land use. It kind of says you can't have the holiday lets unless it's a public house.
And it goes on saying not to be occupied or operated independently, so they couldn't be open if the pub's not open.
Well, that's what I just wanted to check. Is that actually the case? Or is that so that the...
With all the will in the world, there is nothing we can do to force a pub to open. So ultimately, the use is there. That's the planning matter. There is the chance that the holiday unit can operate with the pub still closed. There is nothing I can do to avoid that. That is not within the power of that condition.
But it's used, but it hasn't. It can only be used while it's got the use. The public house has got the use as a public house. The fact that it might not be open as a public house is
yes.
The point,
ultimately, if the use of the public house disappears entirely, then that condition effectively would be in breach.
Thank you for that. Okay. So we'll move on. Got another question, so we'll move on to the applicant, Mr. Chris Bernard. Welcome, and 3.5 minutes for you as well.
Thank you very much. If I could just make clear, this public house had previous planning applications that were nothing to do with me. I wasn't involved with it at that stage, and certainly didn't own it. My personal background is I've bought a number of failed rural pubs and put them back together and and made them successful businesses, basically. And largely what I've done is reconfigured a lot of badly configured space with pubs. Typically, pubs will have rambling outbuildings. If they've been failed pubs, they'll have had no investment, they'll be run down, they'll be pretty grotty at that stage. So what I've tended to do is got a pub back on its feet and made it successful for the long term. But as part of that, I've usually created additional accommodation, which will either be holiday let rental or B&B, which help the whole thing work as a business long term. So this is pretty much as Henley Cross Quays. It's been closed for 70 years to my knowledge. The previous owner before that went bankrupt. In my pub experience, is in a really poor position. So it does need ancillary income to make it work. You know, it's pieces of a jigsaw. Relying on doing a traditional pub in that location will struggle, in my opinion. But if you put some other elements with it to help additional income, and regard to the caravan aspect, it's not part of the planning application, because with a CL site, certified location, you can have up to 5 touring caravans with no planning permission. So that would be another string to the bow, although it's not strictly part of the planning application because we don't need it. If we can enhance the whole building, one of the existing holiday units, where the garage was, for instance, that's a redundant garage that hasn't been used for anything apart from junk. So what we're doing is we're repurposing redundant space. We're not losing any of the existing trading area of the pub. We're just making the best of the space that's either badly configured or not used for anything at all at the moment. So that in line with trying to bring it up to the 21st century with solar panels and air source heat pumps, we're trying to make a contemporary holiday lets in a sustainable location that will enhance the whole community and enhance the sustainability of that pub. You put all those things together, you've got something that has a potential to work for the long time. You know, I can put the thing together and I run pubs, but this needs, for something to be successful, it needs to be successful for the long term. And so if you put the framework of that together, I'm hopefully providing something that will have longevity and have value for an operator, because at the moment it's not a feasible business for anybody. If it's not a feasible business, it fails as a community facility. A pub's only a good community facility if someone who owns it can earn themselves a living, basically. So if you get all those elements right together, this can work, but we do need these other elements to keep this pub for the long term.
Thank you very much. Okay, any questions at all? No. Okay, thank you for that. Now move on to the ward member. We have 2 ward members for this site. Councillor Passmore, are you speaking from both? I haven't heard from Councillor White.
No, John asked me to make it very clear we've spoken about this and we had a parish council meeting last night, so I am speaking on behalf of both. Thank you. Thank you very much, and very pleased that this application has come forward and it has the support of the parish council. It has been a protracted process for many, many years, and although John Field was the county councillor for much longer than I've been one of the district councillors, it has been an issue that has been going on. You've heard the pub has been shut for 7 years. It's in a remote location from the centre of the village, but nevertheless, being not far outside of Ipswich, and with all the housing development that is going on in the vicinity, from Barham to Claydon and elsewhere, I do think it has got considerable potential. But what it does need to do is to have an offer, which is not about going down there having a few beers and going off back the fields, ploughing and harvesting and things like that, or in reverse order actually. But it's well put together. I like the way that there is a range of activities that have been put there. It does need to boost its income if it's to be successful. It could do the food offer, etc., etc. But by having the accommodation there, I think it does give it more than a fighting chance of being successful. I also personally think that having other attributes such as dog showers, barbecues and so on will actually enhance the potential visitor offer. So I think it's well put together. We've clarified the issue about any environmental payments for the Deben area, so I hope we've all got that on board. And in my view, the hospitality industry at the moment needs all the help it can get. We are actually quite short of accommodation like this in the mid-Suffolk area. And with the support of the parish council, which I think is critical, as I say, it has huge potential on that. Just to reassure people, my personal view is that if someone were trying to do this as a long-term objective, just to get change of use of residential development, we already have policies in place to prevent that happening, and I think that's absolutely fundamental. And I think the area planning officer, chief area planning officer, has clarified the point about keeping the pub open, and you can't just expand extra accommodation in there. So, Chairman, I don't need to repeat anything else that others have said. I think it's a very good application put together. It's supported by the Parish Council, and I really do hope on this sustainable basis that it will be good for the economy locally. It will use what is effectively a redundant building to very good effect. So if it's successful, I certainly wish the applicants luck and hope the committee is able to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the ward member? No. Okay. So up to us to discuss, debate, and come to a conclusion. Councillor Matheson first.
Yeah, I think, you know, this is tremendously welcome. I've been past the place. I think I've actually been in it once a long time ago, and you know, I think in you know, in approving it, as I'm sure we will, we're effectively reaffirming what was said some 2017, in fact. On page 53, the previous refusal of conversion to residential did that committee on that day seem to have set out their stall very, very clearly, and I think the policies then are at the moment the policies now, and that the policies that we may have in the emerging joint local plan will be even stronger, if anything, in making the same point. So I think it's jolly good, and I'll listen to what one or two people have got to say, but probably we're not going to take long.
Councillor Eburn was next, and Councillor Field.
Thank you very much, Chair. I too think this is a positive application, and I'm pleased that the consultation with the Parish Council and the community that's, you know, there's clearly been good discussions on this. My main concern is that I would want to see the pub being run as a pub and not be ultimately converted into residential, and I think we need to make that very, very clear that that you know, obviously we can't tell what applications might come forward in the future, but the point of this application is to have a functioning pub that is you know, economically viable, and with these 2 holiday let units, then I think that would improve that situation, you know, and provide also, you know, visitors to the area and so on, which would be very beneficial. So on that basis, Chair, I'd be happy to propose approval of the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Field.
Thank you. As has been said, this has been a long saga of this pub, and this seems to be an opportunity to move it on, if not bring it totally to a conclusion. There have been previous attempts to gain some additional financial benefit from the site, and that's absolutely necessary, in my view, to support the viability of the pub itself. So 2 holiday lets seem a good solution, and as been said, the other facilities that are proposed seem also to move in the right direction. So I think I'm quite happy to second this application, the approval of this application. One is concerned, obviously, about the issue that we don't really wish to see holiday lets built and the pub fail to reopen. It does sound as though that's not the intention of the applicant, but I think we should make it very clear that condition we have that talks about the holiday lets being ancillary to the principal public house land use will be enforced. If that doesn't happen, then the holiday lets will have to cease. And that's as far as we can go to guaranteeing the future we all wish to see. So on that basis, I'm happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Did I have another hand up? Did anyone else wish to speak on this? No? Says
it's been proposed by Councillor Eburn, seconded by Councillor Field.
There is the point that the money for the Deben Estuary visitor, etc., impact isn't actually in the recommendation. That presumably needs to be in there somewhere.
So in terms of that, there's a different arrangement in respect to that payment because it comes up virtually for every unit of accommodation within a very large area. The influence area is about 13 kilometres. We have an upfront payment system that is in place instead. And I'm assuming, but I did put a note to check before we release any decision, that that has taken place. That is why it doesn't need to be secured as a Section 106 agreement or undertaking. But I had noted that, and just to double check before any decision is released. So that would deal with the payment section. And just in terms of the recommendation going forward, just to clarify for the record, obviously we need to change that condition from 3 to 2, and that's been noted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, the previous applicant, the previous owner of the pub, rather, has been to this committee many times over many years, and actually, this is the first real positive sight we've seen that there's a future for this pub. I drive past that pub every day. I would love to stop in for something to eat on the way home, but it's just never, it hasn't. So I really wish you good luck. I think the moral side of it, you've heard from everyone, the implications you've heard from the parish council. There is a huge goodwill behind you, so please just, listen to what the parish council has said about that fine balance between the holiday accommodation and the need for the pub. So we thank you very much. We'll go to a vote then with that bullet point 4 changed to 2, and it's proposed by Councillor Eburn, seconded by Councillor Field. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote has been amended to reflect 2 rather than 3. So, let me just start that. It should now be showing in progress. Thank you, Chair. That's 7 votes for, and Councillor Passmore is not voting as ward member. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll start again at 11:30, so we'll have a quick 10-minute break. Depends which clock you look at, but it's about 10 minutes. Folks. We're just up, there's a slight problem uploading the technology, but it's nearly there. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. We're now moving on to the next agenda item, which is application 7C, the land at Ling Road in Palgrave. So we have John Pateman-G who's going to present this. Just for a matter of clarity, the ward members, Councillor David Byrne on this application, who will obviously not be able to vote. So, John, over to you.
Thank you. So this is for the use of land for the siting of 4 off-grid holiday units and erection of a replacement store / housekeeping building, with also the installation of PV panels, upgrading of an existing access and track, and new low-level impact parking and foul drainage. And this is at Ling Road at Palgrave. And I've got to remember how to use this thing, so if I hit that one, that's right. So starting wide, this is essentially the Ling Valley. Wortham Ling is just indicated close to where the site is. There's a car park quite close by as well. The site is actually just here. So if we go a bit further in, that's the site on the top left. And I've just put in a different aerial view because I thought it was important. We've got the older one, which is on our records that we're allowed to use, but the Google map on the bottom right is only a couple of years old potentially, so it's more recent than the one on the top left. But just to give you a comparison, it also sometimes comes across different seasons. So that is the obviously highly landscaped, significant landscape and countryside location. For clarity, this is the site location plan. It shows me the red area, which is for the change of use site area, and all of the land is indicated that was in the ownership of the site is in the blue areas as shown. And the access at the moment is just there, and it will be upgraded as part of this proposal. Come to that in a moment. There's the constraints. So the site is within the special landscape area, which is the subject of the designation of your policy CL2 of the local plan 98. Essentially, that designation says that within special landscape areas, particular care will be taken to safeguard landscape quality, and where development does occur, it should be sensitively designed with high standards of layout, materials and landscaping. But this policy does not prevent development in principle in itself. The site is also partly within flood zone 2-3, which is this little bit coming out here, and you'll see that on later plans as well. This extract is to show that the site, if I just find where the site is, bear with me. So the site is just in here. What we have adjacent to the site is the SSSI of the Ling, and we also have Roydon Fen wildlife site just to the north as well. So you can see the fairly significant designations there. If I go into this a little bit more, this is the site layout. I'll come back to that in a moment. We have a small wooded area here that isn't in the SSSI, but essentially the SSSI meets the boundary of the site just here, so it is regarded as adjacent. So we have the proposal for 4 units spread across the site with a managed fire pit to the middle. So the fire pit is indicated as there. You can see the overlay of the flood zone has been pushed into the site there, and we have 1, 2, 3 and 4 units. The existing outbuilding that's on the site at the moment is just in here. That will also be replaced with a new store and ancillary building, and we have the existing existing access with drive coming through to parking area in here. This is elevations of the accommodation proposed. It is on stilts, although they are small, and ultimately it's a slightly contemporary design, but modest and using natural materials. This is the replacement accommodation outbuilding for store and housekeeping. And we also have the entrance being upgraded to a standard highways requirement of visibility for 90 metres in both directions. Some photos, just to give you an idea. So just looking into the site, that's the current building on the left-hand side as you come in. And essentially, you drive in through, one mouse, you drive through and into the site, and the various units of accommodation would be spread out within the site itself. That's the existing access. And these are views either way along the current road and opposite. It's got black, and I'll leave it on there. So the current local plan and MPPF do not seek to oppose tourism uses in the countryside, but it is important to consider all of the planning merits and all material considerations. The site is extremely well screened from public views. More screening and significant landscaping is proposed. The built forms are modest in scale and have, fairly a soft palette of materials proposed and dispersed across the site. There is no objection in terms of residential amenity or highway safety grounds. Economic impacts will be limited, and there will be significant biodiversity enhancements. The recommendation includes securing the enhancements and management matters to secure the site as it is proposed in a sensitive location. One update to make since the writing of the report. On the 2nd of September, after the report was submitted, we received a further letter from Suffolk Wildlife Trust. This was meant to be included in the table papers, but I don't believe it got there. We've got 2 supporting letters, but not this letter, and I apologise for that. So I've got to address this verbally instead. In summary, the Suffolk Wildlife Trust have revised their position to a holding objection. Now, there's 2 points behind this holding objection. The first is that there is insufficient information on the borehole and associated solar pump. Now, this is a complicated matter because it's not very often the planning gets involved in boreholes. And we also have the backup that the Environment Agency would have to give a licence for that in any event. We don't have an objection from the Environment Agency in this case. However, there is no reason why we cannot impose a further condition to seek the details of the borehole for agreement, and if we don't feel that it is agreeable, then we don't have to take that any further. So I would recommend to members that we have a further condition to seek details of the borehole, given the objection of the Suffolk Wildlife Trust. The second part of their holding objection is they continue to feel that the site lies directly adjacent to the River Waveney, and essentially, if I can sum it up sufficiently, feel that the proposal have the potential to cause the fragmentation of the habitats within the area and therefore cause damage to wildlife corridor in what is an undeveloped stretch of the river. So that one is their viewpoint, and it is a viewpoint that is not agreed given the ecologist consultation responses that we have had as part of the application. So I will leave that at that point. But our recommendation, so I go back to that, is one of approval subject to the conditions laid out in your papers on page 109. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, questions? Yes, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, at the beginning you used the innocuous words, upgrade the access. There's been unfortunate experiences, bearing in mind it's a 60 mile an hour national limit there, that upgraded access is involved a huge amount of hedge loss. I wonder whether we can be reassured as to how much will be lost.
Can I just put the thing back on again? If I just hit to the right slide, bear with me. In fairness, as you can see, there is a degree of highway embankment in any event before you hit any kind of trees or hedges that are set back. We're looking left and then right. Ultimately, if I then go to the highway visibility plan, which isn't that way round, sorry, wrong way, go the other way. So we've got 2.4 metres back. You then have 90 metre visibility in each direction. In one direction, that's not going to do anything to the boundary treatment of the site because of the way the road curves. In the other direction, to the left there, you will see that I would imagine that's going to need a little bit of cutback of the hedgerow that's there, but it's not intention to remove any trees or remove the hedgerow. So I can't say for certain here, but I would it appears to be limited given the way the road curves to seek that to be cut back greatly. But it is needed as in terms of ensuring, like you say, it's a 60-mile-an-hour road. To get the visibility to ensure highway safety, that is a requirement. And the other requirement would be also to have the surface material on the access apron as well, to ensure that you don't have things rolling off the drive and other standard requirements.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Eburn, then Councillor Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got 3 questions, if I may. Firstly, the access driveway and the parking hard standing. Do we know what that is made of? Is it permeable surface or not? Secondly, the SLA and the triple SI. Are there any protections for these special landscape areas in the emerging joint local plan? And thirdly, the NPPF has quite a lot to say about development in these areas, and I just don't get a full enough sense of the NPPF's requirements. So could you help me out there? Thank you very much.
So in terms of the driveway and parking surface, so they would be permeable with the exception of the access, first 5 metres of the access, that would be, they would be permeable, that would be impermeable in terms of the access 5 metres, because it would be a concrete apron or similar. That's that bit. In terms of the emerging joint local plan, we do have policies in respect of protection of biodiversity and designations. LP 18 rings a bell. If I double check, I'll find it in a moment. If you just give me a moment, I will just check that. And then we've got and ultimately the National Planning Policy Framework picks up on enhancement needed for biodiversity and protection of ecology and biodiversity pretty much throughout the document for virtually every type of development there is. So it's part and parcel of your general considerations in planning terms. Again, if I need to pick out specific paragraphs, I'll have to go away and do that for you.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at the NPPF, paragraph 175B, and it says development on land within or outside a site of special scientific interest, a triple SI, which is likely to have an adverse effect on it, should not normally be permitted. So, but I just wanted to get a understanding from you, and it talks about the benefits must clearly outweigh the impact, but that's just something I picked out, but I wanted a kind of planning specialist's comment on that. Thank you.
Unfortunately, as all things, it comes down to the judgment of weight. We're judging this in our recommendation to you that it has an impact. We're saying, though, that it's not an adverse impact to warrant refusal. That is an opinion and a professional opinion, and obviously we've taken that opinion from consultation with ecologists as part of the consideration of this application. If members feel opposite to that, that is your debate.
You have Sue here, who can, if we've got questions later on. Councillor Mayor.
Thank you. Just a little more about Suffolk Wildlife Trust. I can understand the borehole, that can be dealt with, but their second holding objection, fragmentation, possible damage to wildlife corridors, how can that be dealt with? That's a holding objection. The ecologists have said that isn't the case. Does that holding objection just carry on in perpetuity, or how's that dealt with?
In planning terms, they're not a statutory consultee.
Right. Okay.
So they are a third party, one we give considerable weight to, if I'm honest, because they are experts, and Sue can possibly comment more on that, but ultimately that is their opinion.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Sue, do you just want to come in at all on any of the points you've heard? Okay. Anyone else like to come? Yep, Councillor Field.
Yes, a couple of points. There was a question about the site apparently relying on solar cells and battery storage, and questions about whether that was adequate and whether we have sufficient to ensure that some form of fossil fuel-based generators were not used to the detriment of the environment. I suppose the same issue goes for a lot of reliance on wood-burning appliances and fire pits, and the issues of the PM 2.5s that sort of process generates. So we're looking for a view on that. And the final one, really, the consultation on the sewage treatment plants. There's a considerable comment that the form of storage that's being used and removal of material off-site has considerable problems and is very much not a preferred route. And I wonder just how we argue that this is the right approach.
There is a fire pit proposed as part of the application in terms of it's shown on the plan. I have no idea what a fire pit spills out in terms of its carbon and other gases. In terms of there's no intention, I don't believe, for wood burners within these units. We have nothing proposed as such. That's to say that there's nothing stopping that alternative being a suggestion. If the solar panels and other alternatives fail, there is no reason why an alternative couldn't be pulled onto site. That we have nothing in here to stop that. Unfortunately, we're into this position with planning where we have to sort of have reasonable judgment of what is the likelihood. Do we put a condition on that no alternative in terms of wood burning or diesel generator is put on site? That's within your power. Whether it's reasonable, that's the debate. So I can't help you, I don't think, on that one.
Okay. Councillor Passmore. Sorry, you want to come back?
Beyond the application, because I do apologise for taking this over this week to present it, I would have to go away and have a look to see what that says and come back to you. But everything is in the papers, is all we have, and we have no objection in statutory terms to that. If it's the best approach, it's a matter of debate as well.
Councillor Passmore.
Thanks very much, Matthew. One of the questions I wanted to, or needs some clarification on, please. 4 units, I see that they're single bedroom, but of course I think we've all been to stay in places where you have put-you-ups and all sorts of things. I mean, how many maximum visitors could there be? You could have friends come and visit you for the day, etc., without going over the top. But I would have thought in a sensitive site like that, that is something that needs to be considered carefully. So if you have 4 units and you had a couple, say, with a, I don't know, young child or whatever it happens to be, it could be 2 or 3 in each one, that could have a bearing. I'm not saying it will or won't, but is there any idea about that? And I can't imagine you could condition it that you can only have 1 visitor or something, because apart from that, I can't see how you can actually enforce it anyway. And would it be reasonable? Probably not.
I think that's the point, really. Ultimately, the number of bedrooms are there. How many, in terms of visitors, you could put a condition that says only those staying on site shall be on site. The biggest problem with that is, as reasonable as that may sound, is how do you generally monitor and enforce it to say that you literally have to station someone outside and check everybody in. We have often used a condition which says you have to record the names and addresses of all those who stay and visit the site. But again, the enforcement of that is not overly brilliant to do. It's difficult to do. So I get your point, but something like this, I would imagine that you would perhaps get the chances of a visitor to a holiday maker. It might happen. It could happen, but I think in terms of likelihood would be probably not that likely, you know, once every now and again. Would that be enough to damage the site and cause a concern in planning terms? I don't think it would, but you're to judge that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Mayor and Councillor Madsen.
So I noticed one of the conditions, no cycle storage or use within development. I was slightly surprised to see that, in that whilst the Ling may prevent or maybe illegal to use bikes on the Ling, is it justifiable to say that you can't bring your bike with you? You haven't said no horses or anything else.
Did that come from Place Services to that point, or was that? I don't know. Okay. As I understand it, the point there was that if you're going to have a holiday use within a very sensitive area such as this, to encourage lots of bike riding across the Ling and elsewhere is probably going to do it more damage than just a normal walk around. Now, of course, people can just go to the Ling and use their bikes anyway, but to actively encourage that, the point here was to try and manage the site to such a specific holiday maker that they are very sensitive to the rest of the area. Is it reasonable? I think if you lined up a number of planners, we might have different opinions, but that is the proposal before you, we think is reasonable in this case.
Councillor Madsen.
Thank you. Yeah, just looking at slide 7, page 153, which is the site layout and so on, and this question that the Suffolk Wildlife Trust is particularly concerned about, the potential to fragment habitat, bearing in mind that the river's a biodiversity corridor, etc., etc. And I see actually that 2 of the 4 lodges are right by the river, so I am, you know, puzzled as to how there is not at least a fair amount of risk of what they're concerned about actually happening if these units are regularly in use.
I'm not sure that's a question or a matter of debate.
How is there not a concern about this? It's very specific, fragmentation of corridor, biodiversity corridor habitat.
But it's not the entire corridor. You know, obviously the corridor is wider than this site. If we you come out wider and look at the entire river corridor and how it integrates together, ultimately this is an intrusion to that corridor in part. I will certainly agree that. But the point is weight of how adverse an intrusion is it to warrant refusal. And we are on the position that it's not over that line to such an extent we think we could just justify a defendable appeal ultimately.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, we're going to have 2 parish councils speak now. So we have Palgrave, but because it's borders Roydon, we've agreed to have both. I've agreed to both can have their 3 minutes. So first up from Palgrave, we have Councillor Val Pudney. Welcome. You have 3 minutes, and this is the timer.
Thank you, Chairman. Our main objection is a fundamental one. This is a green development in a very environmentally sensitive location. It's outside the settlement boundary of nearby villages of Palgrave, Diss and Roydon. It is in a special landscape area, and it's right next to an SSSI, which is Wortham Ling, and also Roydon Fen Nature Reserve. If approved, it would set a dangerous precedent for development along the Waveney and indeed all along river valleys in Suffolk. If this development is approved, why not another one in the next open space along the river, and then another, and then others downstream along the Waveney? We do not object on principle to tourist-related development so long as it is in the right places. The planning system is there to focus on the right places within settlement boundaries, outside special landscape areas. After all, if we develop those special landscape areas, why would people still want to come and visit them? Design Policy CL2 requires any development in a special landscape area to be sensitively designed with high standards of layout, materials and landscaping, and we do not see adequate evidence of this application, particularly regarding the materials and appearance of the huts. Air pollution and the development is billed as off-grid. This may be well-meaning effort to appear low impact and green, but is in fact, it is the opposite. The management plan reveals that without electricity or gas, the residents will be cooking on wood stoves along with using a fire pit. This will require high fire raising by inexperienced tourists for every meal, resulting in poor efficiency and high smoke pollution throughout the day, much higher than domestic wood burners, affecting both the immediate area and the people of Diss itself, which is right downwind. This is completely unnecessary health and environmental impact. In the rest of the country, the sustainability goal is to electrify everything, transport, heating, etc., because the electricity grid is the cleanest source of energy in both climate and health terms. This development is going in the wrong direction. We have other concerns in our written objection: damage to the Ling from cycling, non-compliant vehicle access and others, but I don't have the time to cover these now. But I would like to point out that the neighbouring parishes of Roydon and Wortham have also objected to the proposal for similar reasons, and we hope that we will be listened to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I propose to have both parish councils speak and then take questions together. So next up we have Roydon Parish Council, and we have Jane Jennifer to speak on behalf of Roydon. If you just give me 1 minute just so the timer runs through. Just getting there, 30 seconds. Okay, over to you when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. The southern parish boundary of Roydon is south of the River Waveney, along the former route of the river. Along its northern bank are 5 Roydon dwellings that many erroneously assume to be on Wortham Ling, from Riverside Cottages to the west to Riverside House to the east. The parish boundary then continues east along the entire north boundary of the proposed Ling Road development under consideration today. This site, therefore, directly abuts our parish. In our submitted objection to this development, Roydon Parish Council fully endorsed the views put forward by Palgrave Parish Council and highlighted 3 specific areas of concern relating to Roydon Parish: environmental, flooding and fire hazard. In addition, Roydon Parish Council supports the paper tabled on the 17th of August by Roydon resident Gareth Dalglish, in which, among other things, he examines and challenges the decisions by Natural England and MSDC's own internal ecological advisor to not object to the scheme. It is remiss indeed for Natural England to miss A, the proximity of Roydon Fen and not consider the impacts upon it, B, the severing of the ecological corridor between Wortham Ling and Roydon Fen, C, the damage created by increased recreational disturbance on Wortham Ling, and D, its own support for Roydon Fen to become a triple SI to include the whole peat body and its immediate catchment, which would include the application site. The value of Roydon Fen and its surrounding areas as rare and essential peatland cannot be overstated. The focus should be on their restoration to increase the potential for carbon storage and as a natural provider of water regulation. Suffolk Wildlife Trust submitted a holding objection on the 2nd of September, citing concerns over the severing of the ecological corridor and the damage that may be caused by water abstraction from the proposed borehole on the surrounding area and the Roydon Fen priority habitat. Roydon Fen is hugely valued by local residents in Roydon and surrounding parishes, as is Wortham Ling. Our priority should be to protect and improve these habitats rather than threaten any deterioration. In conclusion, Roydon Parish Council continues to object to the proposed development, and we urge you to refuse planning permission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Do we have any questions for the 2 parish councils at all from members? Yep, Councillor Evelyn.
Thank you, Chair. I don't specifically have a question for them, but it's raised a question that hopefully our ecological consultant can help with. Firstly, the Roydon Fen potential to become a triple SI. Could someone, I'd wonder if we know whether that is due, as it were, or about to be made, because I think that would have obviously a big impact here. And secondly, the peat, the issue regarding peatland, and the fact that I'm assuming this area is effectively part of that peatland setting, as it were, and what is the impact of the sort of sewage system proposed and the borehole on that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can all hear me. The first thing I noted down was whether Natural England were likely or had any intention to designate Roydon Fen as a triple SI. It's certainly not something that is listed as a proposal. So sites that are proposed for designation are in the public domain. It's not one of those. I am unaware of any proposals. However, given that it's a wetland site, it is part of the Little Ouse and Waveney Valley Fens as they sort of exist in terms of this is a remnant habitat. It may be a proposal. I'm not aware of anything. That doesn't mean to say that Natural England aren't considering it. Maybe their peatland specialist is, I don't know. You then made reference to the peatland body, so that's the area of peatland which, to my understanding, is like, or could be, all the way down the river in its immediate sense in the bottom of the valley itself, as opposed to silts that may sit on top. I'm not a geologist, so I can't answer that for definite, but obviously if you've got a wetland habitat, a fenland habitat that relies on water coming up from the peat, that's likely to be bigger than the area that's actually shown on a map where the habitat still exists, where it may formerly have been all the way along the valley. And obviously a wetland site is sensitive to any loss of water, and I note Suffolk Wildlife Trust concerned in terms of the borehole, but Environment Agency have not provided any statutory consultee comments on that issue. So again, I'm not a water specialist, so I can't answer if they think that's a significant concern or not.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Passmore.
Actually, I just wanted to pick up on Sue's point there, because I find it very disappointing, to say the least, that the Environment Agency has not commented on about water abstraction. We've just had one a hell of a dry spell, and I think, if I've got my memory may be fading, of course, but I think, was it at Red Grey Fen, they actually had to flood it to bring back, was it the Great Raft Spider, if I remember correctly, a few years ago? And I am really concerned the Environment Agency's just talked about foul water drainage and not these other issues, and it's been so dry up until last night, of course, or yesterday, and compromising wetland habitats. I don't know if there's any artesian effects. I too am not a geologist, but I think that's pretty poor of the Environment Agency.
John,
actually.
can you just comment on the Environment Agency?
I'm not impressed.
I mean, we've written to them, they just haven't come back. Is that all? Is that what, yeah, it is. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Councillor Byrne. It's a question, yeah.
It's a question I'd like to ask the Roydon Parish Councillor, if I may. Given Mrs Houghton's response regarding her lack of knowledge of any Natural England potential designation for triple SI, on what basis did you make that statement when you mentioned it a few minutes ago?
I was quoting from Gareth Dalglish's paper tabled on the 17th of August, which cites the issues that I went through one by one, including Natural England's own support for Roydon Fen to become a triple SI.
Okay, well, that paper's been tabled, and Mr Dalglish is speaking as an objector, so we could follow that up then. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yeah, I was rather struck by and curious about the, this is in the Palgrave objection number 4,
the site is owned by South Norfolk District Council and managed by the Suffolk Wildlife Trust. So I'm finding it very difficult to reconcile that with the Wildlife Trust holding objections and so on. Can anybody substantiate that that is correct? And what's the relationship between those organisations and the applicant?
I can confirm that Roydon Fen is owned by South Norfolk Council and is managed under an agreement with Suffolk Wildlife Trust, as agreed many, many years ago with Norfolk Wildlife Trust. If that answers that part of the question.
Thank you, Chair. I'll very briefly summarise the points I made in the paper I tabled to the committee meeting on 18th of August, which I understand you've now, but very recently, just had sight of. My relevant expertise is that I worked for 40 years, both for Suffolk Wildlife Trust and Natural England, and as a manager in Natural England, I managed teams who responded to planning consultations such as this, and I've known and lived in the area since 1982. Your Planning Committee report states the site is in proximity to recognised wildlife areas, and therefore the potential harm to nature conservation interests of these areas is of paramount consideration. And paramount, presumably, means overrides the other considerations. It concludes that, in summary, none of the ecologically related technical consultees object to the scheme, and therefore we do not consider a sufficient grounds to withhold planning consent on ecology-related matters. As you've already heard from your planning officer today, that's actually incorrect. The Suffolk Wildlife Trust, as a technical consultee, has objected. And you've already discussed the issues around that. It points out that the site lies directly adjacent to the River Waveney County Wildlife Site, forms part of an important ecological network which stretches along the River Waveney, connecting up sites like Roydon Fen, Wortham Ling, and the other valley fens like Redgrave and Lopham. It states that we're concerned these proposals have the potential to cause the fragmentation of this habitat and therefore cause damage to a wildlife corridor on a previously undeveloped stretch of the river. The point is this: Wortham Ling and Roydon Fen are small fragments of the habitats which once existed in this valley, much of which have been drained, destroyed and fragmented. Protected sites like these are not sustainable by themselves in the long run. As the climate changes, species need to be able to adapt and migrate, and it is imperative that we start to rebuild these ecological corridors, not to develop them. Once developed, the ecological link between these sites is severed. We have a governmental England National Peatland Strategy, which speaks about recovering these lost peatlands. Those peatland soils are still extant throughout the valley and may include part of this site. In my paper, I also take issue with the Natural England response. My colleagues will be very happy about that. In the past, Natural England responses were written by experienced staff who knew the area well. Unfortunately, because of budget cuts, they're churned out by junior staff in a national team and crew who rely on a limited desk-based assessment and don't know the context. So the NE response doesn't even mention Roydon Fen, hasn't spotted the potential harm from increased recreational pressures on Wortham Ling, and is ignorant of the fact that its own national peatland expert, who I've been in discussion with, supports designation of Roydon Fen as an SSI, which would include the wider...
Your time is up now, so just the final sentence if you wish.
Yeah, so in summary, this is not a sustainable development. You cannot rely on the Natural England response to inform your decision. It doesn't enhance biodiversity, and it limits our ability to enhance biodiversity. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Questions? Do you just want to answer the question that Councillor Byrne posed earlier about why, in terms of David, going from your question earlier, help me out. I'm getting my SSIs and all the others muddled up, triple SIs muddled up.
Okay, it was just I wondered on what basis the statement was made by Roydon Parish Council that there was some possibility of Roydon Fen being designated as a triple SI.
Thank you. Yes, I've been in correspondence with Ian Dyack, who's the National Peatland Expert for Natural England, since March of this year, about the need to revise SSI designation throughout the Waveney and Little Ouse valleys and include Royd and Fen, and he's very supportive of it. I have subsequently met David White, the NE Senior Advisor on Protected Sites, and Andy Miller, the Senior Advisor for Nature Recovery from the area team, met them on the 14th of July, where we discussed the process we'd need to go through in terms of providing evidence to support the notification.
Okay.
So it isn't proposed at the moment, but it's certainly under consideration and supported by the national expert.
Thank you. Any questions, other questions for the objector? Yeah.
The extent of the peatland in that area, does that have an effect on the sort of natural flood control that can take place around the Ling and around the Fen, which in turn will have consequences?
I think that question isn't really for the objector, because you know, I think if that question would have to be for Sue, if anyone. I'm not sure. I think it's just on the speech that's been given.
Well, yes, but Mr. Dalgleish did mention water content of the peatland, and I wondered to what extent that has a...
I think the water content, okay, we'll allow it, but we've got to be careful. We're crossing into Sue is our expert here on the matter today.
Well, I'm also happy for Sue to answer.
Well, if you can answer the question, that's fine.
Thank you, David. Yeah, I mean, there is superficial treatment of misunderstanding of the flood risks in the committee report, and I do go into this in the paper I've tabled. So I won't go into the technical detail I put in there, but the key point is this. People's houses and businesses in Diss have flooded in both the last 2 winters, and such flood events are likely to be more severe and more frequent with climate
sorry,
change.
we're not going. That's a statement you're making on stuff that is not. That we'll call it a day.
So the peatlands.
No, we'll call it a day.
Okay,
thank you.
Fine, that's fine, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, Chair, I would actually request 10 minutes to read Mr. Dalgleish's paper properly. If we had it a month ago, I might have read it then, but I'd really like to read it now, frankly.
We'll come back to that. Any other questions? I mean, it was tabled this morning at about 10 to 10, which is quite common for late papers, but we can give you time to read it if you need it. Any other questions for the objector? No? Okay. So we'll move on to the applicant, and we have the agent who's going to speak. Sarah Roberts, over to you in 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. As summarised by the officer, there are no planning reasons for refusal identified by the statutory consultees. We've included in the proposal all possible steps to mitigate against harm to the environment, and the principle of the proposal is low-impact eco-tourism. The draft management plan, which forms part of the application, forms the basis of a welcome folder in the cabins, which lays out reasonable and responsible use of the site by the visitors. The final version will be approved through planning condition and can include specific notes the committee requires. For example, we are confused by the suggestion that cycles are damaging to the environment and should be excluded from holidaymakers' approach to sustainable holidays. Cycling is prohibited off-road in the Ling, yet the road is part of the National Cycle Route number 30. I'd ask the committee to confirm their requirement in this regard, cycles or no cycles. It's expected nowadays that people will try to take the train as a more sustainable method of transport than a car. The site is close to Diss train station, and therefore train and cycle is surely moving towards a sustainable transport solution for staycations. To address some of the questions that have been raised, there's no hedge loss for access because the road frontage is set quite a way forward from the hedge. The surfaces inside the site will be permeable for drives, turning and parking. Wood-burning stoves are in fact proposed within the units at the moment for heating and cooking. Wood fuel has now to be certified by law to be kiln dried, and so shouldn't impact on the neighbours. We would be happy to accept a condition forbidding fossil fuel generators. A cesspool on an off-grid site is considered the most ecological removal of foul waste, and there are papers by the Centre for Alternative Technology confirming this, as it is regularly removed and added to the mains system, which again by ecological bodies is considered the most environmentally friendly way of dealing with foul drainage. We are happy to omit the fire pit if that's considered to be a particular problem, and ban the use of open fires on the site. And we're also happy for a condition for the borehole detail to be approved, to be presented, and of course there will be Environment Agency approval for that. So, if there are any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant? Yeah, Councillor Byrne.
On the borehole question, it's not inconceivable, I would imagine, for there to be unsatisfactory results for that investigation. If that were the case, do you have any alternative means of supplying water to the site?
Yeah, the alternative would be by laying in a mains water pipe from the closest by the water board, or Anglian Water. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Matheson. I think your hand went up.
I wanted to understand more precisely on the intention to use tanker removal of the for foul drainage purposes. They're very large, heavy vehicles, and the roads that are proposed are intended to not impact and to be permeable and so on and so on. Can you just tell us how that contradiction is going to be solved?
Yes, in our statement it's mentioned about the road. The access track from the road is existing. It is a compacted track. It will be upgraded with hardcore and gravel finish suitable for taking the loading of a fire engine, in line with the building control officer's comments. So that would also take a tanker.
Thank you.
I'm following through on that. I mean, what's the frequency that the tanker will have to be visiting estimated at then?
I have to see if I've got that in here as well. I suppose to some degree it will depend on the occupancy. Waste, so foul drainage. I don't know what the frequency of that would be. It certainly wouldn't be every week.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
Similar lines to the borehole question. The supply of electricity is by solar panels, but there is no indication as to the capacity that you're anticipating having to install, nor anything about the size of the battery storage. If a similar question, I suppose, that if it proved not possible to supply sufficient electricity to the site, does that mean you would have to, or do plan on falling back on generators?
Well, no, the nature of the cabins is that they're off-grid, and they're designed for people who want to have that type of holiday, and we would be happy to accept a condition stating that no generators will be put onto the site in perpetuity. because that's not the nature of the site. The nature of the site is that it's effectively glamping. That if you get some solar energy which during the day which you can use, then fine, and if it runs out, then you don't. Then you're back to camping, with perhaps people bringing hanging lamps or coping without the electricity. That's the nature of the proposal. But we'd be happy to have a condition with no generators.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Field.
Councillor Eburn read a part of the MPPF, which I'm afraid I don't have the exact words, but which indicated that developments adjacent to SSSRs should only occur in exceptional circumstances. What are the exceptional circumstances for this development?
The circumstances of the development are that it's very close to the centre to Diss, which has a train station. It is providing ecotourism, which is a very popular means of holidays now, and it's in a site which is secluded in that it's got vegetation around it, so it's not impacting on the landscape. So in order to develop tourism in the district and in Norfolk and Suffolk, it's a good opportunity because it meets a lot of criteria for accessibility without using a car, as I say, not impacting on the landscape, and the opportunity to do a development which meets economic development criteria without damaging the landscape.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now move on to the ward member, Councillor Byrne.
Right, thank you, Chairman. I would like to start off by considering the positives of this application. It makes a contribution to the tourism economy of the area, as well as supporting the owner's business. It has the potential to bring a small number of people into the area who might not otherwise visit and who may patronise, therefore, other businesses nearby. It adds to the variety of short-stay accommodation types available to a would-be visitor, and it's a clear step above glamping under canvas or yak skin or whatever it is they glamp under, and in the very rural setting. Giving would-be visitors a choice is an important component of the tourism industry. At this stage, one can only conjecture whether the development would operate at capacity throughout the year, but it might, and would therefore require pretty constant servicing and management, potentially creating a full-time job for someone living fairly locally. Since the application was submitted, only 2 people, both local businessmen in the hospitality trade, have sent in comments supportive of the proposal. You will now find these comments in your late papers, the table papers for this meeting. But unfortunately, submitted at the same time, the Suffolk Wildlife Trust holding objection letter was not included in the table papers, and it was only it was an omission on the committee officer's part not to include Mr. Dalglish's August table paper this time round, because the application was withdrawn in August. The table papers for that meeting should have been included in the table papers for this one. The notes of support, one you'll see is from the landlord of the Cock Inn at Fair Green, which is less than a mile away, very walkable, is obviously going to be of assistance to that business. The other one sent to the
applicant's architect is from the owner of the Oaksmere in Broome. Now, both of those letters acknowledge that the proposal could make a positive contribution to the visibility of the business, viability of their businesses, and also to others in the area. The owner of the Oaksmere, who declares he knows Mr. Hawes, the applicant, suggests that as his hotel accommodation is always fully booked, it indicates there's an insufficient supply of accommodation in the area. But if you know the Oaksmere, I'm sure you would describe that as a bit of a non sequitur, or is it chalk and cheese, a more apt description? As with nearly all planning applications, however, the key to making the right decision is to strike the proper balance between the weight you give to these plus points and the weight you give to the minus ones. And in the present case, I believe the key to that involves accurately assessing three critical elements. One is the ecological value of the habitat and the extent to which it would be impacted. Number two is the quality and sensitivity of the wildlife present in the area and the extent to which it would be impacted. And three is the adverse impact on the local hydrology and the significance of that over a wider area. About 27 public respondents have objected to the application. Although we are well aware that many planning applications attract negative NIMBY comments from the public, the standard of the one submitted for this proposal is very high and well informed, especially on matters concerning the natural environment. As is usually the case, these representations are summarised in the case officer's report on page 103 in the form of a bullet point list of grounds for objection, consisting mostly of 2 or 3 word phrases. There is no attempt to describe the validity in planning terms of items on the list, which range from dog fouling to adverse ecology impacts. Regardless of how individually useful selected ones might have been in enabling you to reach a balanced judgment, none of these representations covered by the list are further elaborated, and none has been included in the committee papers. It is therefore unfortunate that the community's views have been sidelined to the extent they have in the case officer's report to committee. The general public's objections are reinforced by those from all 3 of the parish councils most closely related to the proposed development site. That's Palgrave, of course, Roydon, as you've heard, and Wortham and Burgate parish councils. Ling Road itself provides the obvious direct connection between Wortham parish and Palgrave parish. The western tip of the application site touches the parish boundary, but Roydon parish to the north is arguably even more intimately impacted by the proposal, being separated from it by little more than a ditch, with Roydon Fen, SSSI, just over 100 metres away. Yet, unfortunately, Roydon Parish Council was not notified by us. However, they heard about it, and pointing out the submission, they nonetheless submitted a representation that fortunately has been summarised in your committee papers on page 98. Statutory consultees' responses are also given in full on pages 120 to 145. Not one from non-statutory consultees is given, except for the Suffolk Wildlife Trust, regardless of the relevant or quality of content or credentials of the respondent. Because of this, it's hard not to conclude that no matter how relevant or expert they might be, responses from members of the public have to all intents and purposes been ignored. For the all-important ecological considerations, the officer's report relies completely on the consultation responses from Natural England, the Environment Agency, Place Services, Suffolk Wildlife Trust, and Suffolk Wildlife Trust in the earlier stages. Suffolk Wildlife Trust September response, as you've heard, was not included in the officer's report, and nor is it referenced there.
There are two very important comments, representations that I place a high store on, and one is from Dr. Richard Maybe, a writer and broadcaster who holds an honorary doctorate from the University of St Andrews, Essex and East Anglia. He's written more than 30 books between 1972 and 2016, the majority of them botanical or ecological in nature. He's Vice President of the Open Spaces Society and past President of the Norfolk Naturalist Society. His credentials for me are fairly good. His submission, I won't read it to you, except I'll read the last sentence or two. Many of us with an interest in local conservation are looking forward to the establishment of a continuous belt of wild land stretching from Roydon Fen in the east to Nettishall Heath in the west, in accordance with the current Environment Bill's commendation of wildlife corridors. The Suffolk Wildlife Trust and the Little Ouse Headwaters Project are making steady progress in habitat restoration and connection in the western reaches of the Ouse Waveney valleys. It would be tragic if there was a backward step in the eastern reaches. You've heard Gareth Dalglish's credentials, 40 years a professional ecologist for the RSPB, Suffolk Wildlife Trust, and a principal scientific officer for Natural England. So his credentials are pretty good in my eyes, and also. I would therefore place a lot of store in what he says.
David, can I just ask how much longer? Because we try and keep it
about 30 seconds. Okay. Our natural environment is struggling enough at the moment, and it is crucial that we grasp every opportunity to protect it and avoid all temptation to exploit it without extremely good reason. If planning is all about developing the right things in the right places, I find it very difficult not to conclude that however right this proposed development might be in some contexts, in this one it is in the wrong place. In my opinion, therefore, the balance indicates that it should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, any questions for the ward member? No. Okay. John, did you need more time to read that paper?
I would like to read that.
Okay, so, I mean, how about just 5 minutes? Does that give you enough time? Yeah, okay. We'll just, to give everyone a quick chance who hasn't read all their papers, just so that you make a fully informed decision. We'll just, literally, at 43, we'll kick off again.
Okay. Everyone happy? Everyone had enough time? Yeah, I'm getting nods. Okay. Good. So we've had everything put before us, all the information. It's over to us to really discuss, debate, and come to a conclusion. Who wants to kick off? Councillor Warboys.
I wasn't going to kick off, I just have a question.
Yeah, please.
Reading through this, it mentions the flood zones, which are indicated on the map, and it encroaches on it. But and that is flood zone 1. That's the zone which is most likely to flood. But it says here, much of the site is with flood zone 2, which is an area of land which is not as likely to be flooded, but is flooded.
Well,
there's quite a high probability of it being flooded, and that probability is increasing.
John, can you just clarify the flood zones, please?
Probably be easier if we could just put the PowerPoint back on if I can. If we just go back to the site map, the flood zones of 2 and 3, which ultimately in this case are the ones we have to worry about. If I go back to, we'll go down. Which way am I going? Let's go that way. Get there, right. Is that the one? Yep, here we go. So, as far as we have got from the Environment Agency, everything is in flood zone 1, which is most of the country. Ultimately, flood zone 2 and 3, which are the flood zones that we have to sequentially avoid, essentially that part of the site is flood zone 3, 2 for the most part, 3 is further up. But essentially, in terms of planning terms, the requirement of the NPPF is to sequentially avoid putting any development within flood zones 2 and 3. So we don't have, well, with the exception of that path, we have no development within that flood zone. But a path is not a vulnerable use or engineering works that we have to apply a sequential test to. As long as the physical accommodation stays away from that area, we can't deal with it in a sequential terms.
Thanks very much.
That's the flood zone.
Okay, so over to us to discuss, debate, and come to a conclusion. Councillor Mayor.
Someone's got to go first. I'm not sure I've got enough information to make a decision. Suffolk Wildlife Trust have raised a holding objection. They are for information only, but I think they raised some questions that again are highlighted also by Mr Dalgleish. What impact will the borehole have on Roydon Fen? We don't know. What about the wildlife corridor and that corridor between the Fen and the Ling? Suffolk Wildlife Trust have issues, but Natural England haven't even answered the question. So to my mind, I think we ought to go back to them and request they do consider those specific questions and give us guidance. And once we have that guidance, we'll be in a better position to make a decision about this. So happy to listen to everybody else, but I'm mindful that we defer and seek further guidance.
Councillor Eburn.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Mayor's read my notes, despite the social distance we've got. I welcome ecotourism, and especially very light touch tourism, but I am very concerned about the issues around ecological connectivity. We've got, this site is effectively bounded by 2 very important sites, Triple SI and the Royston Fen. And, I'm concerned that not enough consideration has been made, or we don't have enough evidence or a comment on the fragmentation of the wildlife corridor and the ecological aspects, and particularly with regards to sort of the peatland area and the fact that you know, this effectively is a much bigger area than just the SSSI and the Fen. And I just feel we don't have that view on it, and particularly, you know, I'm concerned about this borehole issue, because if the borehole doesn't happen and we give permission, and they're going to put, you know, it's going to be dug up to put pipes in for water. So I think we really need more information on that. And the other aspect is the foul water drainage. I don't feel confident in how that is being addressed in terms of its impact on the ecology of the area. So I'm not happy about this application as it stands, and I would be, if Councillor Mayor is proposing a deferral, I'd be happy to second that if that is what he's proposed, but equally I'm happy to listen to my fellow colleagues.
Listening to what you're saying, my suggestion is not to defer, would be to refuse on insufficient information. Ultimately, the matters you're suggesting would need to fundamentally alter the application before you. That's ultimately, I think, where you're getting to, because fragmentation, river corridor, the size of the site is the size of the site. You know, if you want to deal with the fragmentation, you'd have to reduce the scale of the proposal before you reduce the site area. They are fundamentals to what is actually proposed before you to be judged on its merits. So you may wish to look at it another way, which is to say that there is insufficient information to demonstrate to our satisfaction that the proposed development would not be detrimental to the valued landscape and sensitivities of the ecology in the area. And I can help you further if you wish on that.
Councillor Passmore, you were next.
Maybe that's the way to go then in that case, because I was minded to say, if nobody was going to say go for deferral, I would do that, but having clarification there from John about the way to proceed, I just think it's pretty reprehensible, frankly, that the Environment Agency and others have not answered the questions. That's what they're there to do. That is their job. What is the matter with them? Because it puts us as councillors in a rather difficult position. And my knowledge of boreholes, I mean, when we put one at one of the units many years ago, I mean, there was testing that went on for a whole week extracting water. I'm not saying that happens now, but I'm just giving you an example of the practicalities of this. Flow rates, never mind water quality and everything else. So these things need to be clarified. So if the way to deal with that, in order to get us to a position to make a proper decision, is to have to refuse it, well then I would move that. But I do want to make the point at the same time, as I said earlier, that one at Henley in my ward, you know, we do need to encourage tourism, and I mean ecotourism is quite an important part at the moment and so on. So I certainly wouldn't want that to be taken that I'm against things like this per se, because I jolly well am not. And I suppose if it were refused, I would be right in saying the applicant does have a chance. I know it's extra work to put in a renew application without further planning fees and so on. I think that's important to note. Otherwise, if not, that's why I would have supported the idea to defer it, because we don't want to penalise people unnecessarily. But that's my view. So if it helps to move refusal on the grounds of insufficient information, then I'm happy to do that, but I don't know what everybody else thinks. But we need to get this resolved.
My only concern with the suggested course of action, if a subsequent application comes in, can we ask specific questions of the Environment Agency, or are we going to be in the same position in a few months' time?
Ultimately, the application before you hasn't given you the answers that you're looking for, whether or not we have adequate consultation responses or not. If I go back to the Environment Agency with a deferral or go back to other parties, I don't think I'm going to get anything different to what I've got before you. The application is what's been judged by them, and they've given you a response.
Can I just ask you a follow-up question and following up on that? So if we do go down the route of refusal, would the onus be on the applicant, therefore, to go out and to get the Environment Agency to comment and to get an independent view on that to then bring it back?
The point we're getting to is, does this application and its entirety of its proposal demonstrate to you that the the development would not adversely harm this location and the sensitivities of this location. If you are not convinced of that, then that is a reason for refusal, perhaps.
So we're blaming the applicant because the failure of the consultees to do their job, and that just seems ridiculous.
Ultimately, the local planning authority can do so much, and there's responsibility on other authorities to do their job. So, in respect of water supply, Environment Agency, Anglia Water, they have duties to the environment as well, and we can't duplicate those matters. But if you're saying this in principle, whatever we do here, this principle of application for this site is always going to upset something in biodiversity, ecology terms, or landscape impact,
no,
that's what we should
No,
be
we're not. We're just asking the question. We're not saying it's going to do anything. We want the consultees to tell us, give us the guidance as to the impact it will have.
Well, they've said there's no impact. That is what's before you in the committee report. They don't feel there's sufficient impact to recommend to you to refuse. That is their position.
And that position's been questioned by Suffolk Wildlife Trust and other objectors. So
that may well be the case.
I now have concern, questions in my mind, and I don't think it's inappropriate to ask the consultees to answer those questions, hence my original position.
Then I need to know precisely what question you wish to have answered by the Environment Agency.
Well, I think Mr. Dalglish sums it up quite well in his summary, with his first 2 points of his summary. Will this development sever the ecological corridor between Roydon Fen and Wortham Ling? And secondly, will it threaten the hydrological integrity of Roydon Fen?
On those two questions, the answer is subject to an opinion, because ultimately you've got the location of this development and its entire site. Your judgment is, does it sever? His opinion is that it does. Their opinion is that it doesn't, because they have not given me an opposing opinion to say this is a bad place for this development.
I'm sorry, not stating something is not an opinion. They have failed to give us an opinion.
But they've also failed to recommend refusal to me on lack of information, if nothing else.
So if we had no response from them at all, that would be taken as a green light.
We are a process of determining planning applications on their merits, and we consult, and we take those into consideration. That's what we do. This is what we've got. Don't get me wrong, you are fully within your rights to defer it, and I will see what I can do to get something more out of the consultees that we've got.
Yeah, I'm going to propose deferral. I'm sorry. I know that's not what the officer wants, but there is no clarity around the server, as severing the corridor. I mean, I think exactly as you've said, those first 2 points sum it up. And the problem is, we're taking no comment as, you're guiding us to take that no comment as a positive. And the problem is, the worry is that they just haven't noted this and they haven't responded, and we have no confidence. If they'd actually written to you, said, we've seen the comments and we have no comment to add, that would be very different from them just not responding.
Can I just add one more point then, if I may? Ultimately, the starting point of that question is, what is the corridor? How wide is this corridor? What does it consist of? Is it defined anywhere? Which corridor are we talking about? Are we talking about the interactions between the Fen and the SSSI, or another element? What is it, the whole river corridor? Is it everything within the special landscape area? By the way, the Suffolk special landscape area in your emerging joint local plan obviously is going to get removed. So there's a combination of issues here. I need to context the question as well as the question. And I don't know how much we can do to get anything more than what you've got out of the environment. We will try, but I'm advising you that I don't think I'm going to be able to give you more than you've already got in front of you, and we will be here again with pretty much what we've got. That's my only advice, but I'm not trying to pressure you one way or the other. The decision is yours, how you go forward. But I am saying to you there are different options.
Councillor Warboys.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Papenji. In my mind, we've got two professional witnesses. I forget the name of the first one you mentioned, Councillor Byrne, but the second one, Mr. Dalglish, who've cast considerable shade on the comments from our consultees, in particular the Environment Agency. They have scrutinised their comments and they found them wanting. They haven't given us sufficient evidence to say that the harm from this development is acceptable and against the sort of sustainable rural tourism which it claims to be. My feeling is that the application should be refused, and if the applicant wants to reconsider it, there's sorry, I don't know if you're the agent or the agent has said that they could make considerable changes to the application to make it more sustainable. And I seriously think the environment agents should be made aware of the criticisms we are making of them and their response and the adequacy of their response, and give them the opportunity to look at it properly.
So are you proposing refusal?
I'm proposing Mr. Pateman G's recommendation that it's refused, and there's the opportunity then for the applicant to redesign the application, but there's also I think the Suffolk Wildlife Trust and the Environment Agency both need to sort of really look at this in far more detail than they have done. It's not sufficient to give us no objection.
Yeah. I do apologise, I didn't mean to interrupt the councillor, but if I'm looking at the governance officer, is it right that we had a proposer and a seconder?
Yeah. So I proposed deferral, and we've had now a proposer for refusal, so I'm now going to ask whether we have a seconder.
I'm sorry if I misunderstood. I thought that we had a proposer and a seconder to defer. I may have got that wrong, though.
I didn't get to making a formal
fair enough.
proposal.
I'm sorry. I thought
But I'm happy to second yours, Chair.
We've now got a proposer for deferral and a seconder for the deferral and a proposer for refusal. So we have to go to a vote first on whether we defer it or not. Yeah, and then afterwards, then we'll have to see where we go. Councillor Field.
I was just going to second Councillor Warboy's proposal. Really, I feel the parishes, the professional responses we've got from Mr. Dalgleish particularly are very persuasive. I'm sure I read these at the previous occasion when this was didn't get to our agenda, but the ward member has also made a powerful set of comments. It all suggests to me that this development should be rejected, that we particularly bearing in mind that the Environment Agency in Natural England's response is severely lacking. It all seems to suggest they've just not spent adequate time considering this application at all. And we're really looking at what is clearly the potential for substantial damage to the Ling, to the Raiden Fen, to the River Valley in general, to the destruction of wildlife corridors. There are a whole range of things that surely our professional advisors should be assuring us very clearly are not so, that the benefit from the tourism does outweigh the damage that's done, and they've clearly not done that at all. So,
okay, well, look, let's go to the vote on deferral first. Then, depending on where that goes, then we'll come back, and if you want more debate on the reasons for refusal, we can do that. So let's just go to the vote.
Chair, so if we want the refusal, then we need to oppose the deferral effectively.
That's your decision. Right. Yeah, that's your decision. Yeah. So can we go to a vote on deferring this on the grounds that we do not have enough information put before us to reach that decision?
Let me just put that reason for deferral into the vote first. members. That vote is now in progress. Thank you. Is 3 votes for a deferral and 4 votes against deferral.
Okay.
Motion is lost.
So that's lost. So that means we move on to the second proposal by Councillor Warboys and seconded by Councillor Field for refusal. Can we just run through those reasons so we're absolutely clear, please?
If I can suggest to members, and this is a suggestion obviously for your consideration, you may wish to consider refusing on the following lines. There is insufficient information to demonstrate the proposed development by reason of its scale, location, nature of use and range of activities is not likely to adversely damage the sensitive and valued landscape near and adjacent to the SSI nature reserves and area in general, and furthermore would adversely harm and fragment the ecology. Tongue twister, apologies. I think I need to put more stops in there. Give me a moment. Yeah, I'll just put that one in there. Right, furthermore, it would likely adversely harm and fragment the ecological value and connections of the area, and it would be contrary to policies CL8, CL9, RT19, RT16, and CL2 of the Local Plan 98, CS5 of the Core Strategy, and the NPPF, including pretty much most of sections 15, one of those days today, conserving and enhancing the natural environment. Shall I read that one more time, because I don't think that was very clear, was it?
It's all right for me, but I think we're there. Councillor Warboys, are you happy?
I'll send it to Claire.
Yeah. And Councillor Field, are you happy as the seconder? Okay, I think on that basis we'll go to the vote on that.
I'll send it to Claire in just a second direct, so you can put it into your system for you. Bear with me one moment. There's insufficient not to demonstrate this, please. It would. Right, okay, I'll send that. There you go, that's a full, that sounds a bit more sensible. Claire. That should be with you, Claire, to put onto the system.
Thank you, members. That vote is now in progress. Thank you. So again, with Councillor Byrne abstaining, that's 5 votes for refusal and 2 against. Thank you.
Sorry. Mr. That. The coffee platform obviously closes in 20 minutes. So what I propose is we take a break now, but really start again in 15 minutes. So at 25 past, where we'll do the next application before the 2 o'clock start for the afternoon session. So can we be back here at 1:25 to start sharply? 1:25.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back everyone. So the next application before us is DC 21-03207 in Somersham, and hand over to Alex Bredman, who's going to take us through the application.
Lovely, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. So today I'm going to be taking you through application number DC 21-03207. This is a householder application for the erection of a two-storey rear extension and creation of additional parking and parking bay in the front garden. And the site address is Hens Croft, 14 Blackbarn Close in Somersham. There we go. So here's an area review of the site. Obviously, being a householder application, the dwelling is existing in amongst an established residential area in the village. With a wider view of the site, you can obviously see, again, more neighbouring dwellings and some agricultural land to the rear. This is the site location plan provided by the applicant. Two things probably to note is, obviously, getting used to this mouse. The allotment gardens here, obviously not quite in date. There is a new dwelling there that was approved in late 2018. And on another manner, this road also now extends here to serve that dwelling. This is the constraints map of the site. Obviously, you can see the built-up area boundaries that run along here. The site is within the defined settlement boundary of Somersham, and there is a footpath that runs down the left-hand side of the site, but it's not within the site and will not be impacted by the works. Here are the existing elevations. We'll look at the extension first. Obviously, you can see here, this is the rear of the dwelling. We have these two gable end features at the back. Keep an eye on the right-hand side. As you can see here, the extension is going to come forward from that right-hand side gable. It's going to be in keeping with the form of the existing dwelling, utilising essentially matching materials in all areas. Also utilising, again, we had a window at first floor level on the existing dwelling. We're just essentially carrying that forward with an additional bay. No side windows though, although they do have the two additional roof lights as well. Existing floor plans. And then again, pushing forward, we have the extension down here. It extends just over 3.6 metres from the existing dwelling, so not significant in scale or size, sorry. And then again, coming over to here, this is where we have the new additional parking bay. Measures, I think, 3 by 5 metres. The existing parking area you can see down here, down the right-hand side of the dwelling, can fit approximately 3 cars on it, and the materials used for this additional bay are going to be block paving slabs to match. Again, just another view of the entire site now with the works. You can still see that there's going to be sufficient amenity space to the rear. And then lastly, just a few pictures. This is from obviously the highway, the front and eastern side elevation. And then again, we have the existing parking area with the carport just behind. I don't have a final recommendation slide, but the recommendation obviously is to approve this application in accordance with details in the committee report. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Do we have any questions? Yes, Councillor Field.
Yes, just to be clear, the carport, the parking facility at the moment, that's attached to the adjacent dwelling, is it, but belongs to this dwelling? Because it clearly interferes with, it interacts with the proposed extension.
Yeah, did you want me to go back to the...
Just to make sure members know.
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, no, you're right, it does. It's... do I need to go back? There we go. Okay, let me find the right slide. So you can kind of see in there, it cuts off sort of as the hip start. So if I come down to here, so yeah, there's a partial sort of in the neighbouring boundary. It is noted that obviously there is going to be some works just to cut off where that roof is to, I guess, allow the extension to come in, but that's not going to impact the neighbouring site.
And that will still allow parking in that bay, will it?
Yeah, there's no... It should at least... One second, if I can find the right slide. You can see there, you can still have the doors on the front, and then you should be able to still get a car in there. So that should still serve as a parking space.
So you'll be able to get a car in. Will you be able to get it out of the car once you're in?
Well, yeah, good point. I think so. Highways have been consulted on the application and had no reason for concern. They had no objections. So.
And the second question was, I'm not sure your view was that this is not overdevelopment of this site, but it does seem to cover almost every square foot. So how much amenity space is left?
Again, if we take it back here, you can still see there's like a terraced area here, essentially. The plans show that that's going to be extended forward to roughly here. I don't have exact details of that, so that's not included in this approval, but then we still have all this additional garden down here as well, which will be retained.
So, right, okay, the additional garden belongs to this dwelling then?
Yeah, that's all a part of the site, yeah.
Thank you.
No worries.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I also looked at a little bit at the parkings, at the only question that arose really. Presumably there's no issues about entering and leaving in forward gear and all that because it's at the end of a cul-de-sac, is it?
Yeah, again, no, I think it's fine. We obviously consulted Highways in that regard, and like I said, there was no objection, so we have to take their comments as it is and assume there's no issues in that regard.
Okay, no other questions. So we don't have a parish council representative, we don't have an objector, we don't have a supporter, we don't have an agent, but we do have the ward member. Councillor Field.
Yes. To the best of my knowledge, I was present at a parish meeting when this was discussed. There doesn't seem to be any objection from anyone. Obviously, the applicant is the chair of that parish meeting, but he was clearly not present at the discussion, and I heard no adverse comments. And clearly, personally, you've just heard questions that were related to any issues I have. Was the car parking in any way compromised the existing one? The answer to that seems to be no. And was there adequate amenity space left? And the answer to that seems to be yes. So I think I'm in support of this application.
Any questions for the ward member? Right, over to us to discuss, debate and come to a conclusion. Councillor Postmore.
Well, I'm perfectly happy with this, Chairman. I mean, I know it's come here because it's a ward member that's been through the proper process. John, ward member here, has got no objections at all, so I would formally like to propose that we do grant planning permission.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Matheson. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, can we go to a vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is in progress. Thank you, Chair. That's 7 votes for, and Councillor Field is not voting as the ward member.
Okay. Okay, so the next application before us, we can't hear till 2 o'clock because in the agenda we said we would get to this one at 2 o'clock. So we'll just have to have a recess for 19 minutes.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. So we've got our last item for the day, which is the application DC 2102047, which is Barley Brig Farm in Stradbroke. And now hand over to John Pateman-G to take us through the application.
Thank you. So the application describes is a retention of extension to agricultural building approved under reference number 19 of 1673, and this includes changes to the building as a whole in terms of eaves and ridge height. The building is approved previously and sought to be for crop drying and storage for agricultural purposes. So this is Barley Brig Farm. So the site is located north of the B1117 as it travels out of Stradbroke and towards Laxfield. It's located, as you can see on the aerial photograph, in the countryside, clearly within a very rural location of the countryside, very much as you would expect to find an agricultural use and set within large open fields. So we have the farm just there and its setting. And putting it into context, that's the proposed site, and you can see the ownership in blue around the proposed red line. We don't have many constraints specific to this site. List of buildings on there, but I can't actually see where the listed building is. Oh, sorry, the listed building that it's picking up on is, I can't actually move my mouse near it, there it is, roughly there. And then we have the site layout. So the building that we're looking at is the one on the right-hand side. And these are the elevations. So the built dimensions of the barn gives it a length of 61.2 metres with a height at 11.5 metres and to the eaves at 7.98 metres. Obviously, the approved dimensions of the barns previously, there's two applications to refer back to, are in your papers on page 280. So that's the floor plan. Now, this shows us a Google view of the building when it was being built, essentially the first phase of the building. And the reality is that's what we now have on site. So this is in part, and I say in part, a retention application before us. And just to put that into context of what's there at the moment. Right. So that's all. It's gone to the beginning, sorry. I can't reactivate it again. I'll leave that there. So ultimately, this is an agricultural building before us. Comments from the parish council note a number of issues, thank you, particularly with the planning histories of the site. In assessing the larger barn that was approved under the 2019 application, they conclude that the application should be refused owing to the conflicts with the neighbourhood plan policy, Trad 13, as they consider this would increase the traffic movements, particularly HGV movements within Stradbroke. While this policy applies to commercial, non-agricultural uses, the impact on highways for us as officers is a material consideration in any event. Stradbroke is part of the Suffolk HGV network, and it connects to the A140. Essentially, the argument here is that the presence of on-site facility for drying, in part, would remove the need of some of those traffic movements. So there's a bit of a balance between it's a bigger building, but on the other hand, it's saving traffic movements in part as well. So it's balancing the understanding of that and whether or not it is a significant increase in traffic overall. We have found it not to be a significant increase, and no objection is found by your Suffolk County, the Suffolk County Highways Authority. We do need to consider the planning history. The approved building 2019 was an agricultural building. It was approved as a crop drying building, and there is no restrictions on that building in terms of level of use, number of HGVs or similar. So even though it's smaller, its use is unrestricted. This larger building that we are now presented with, if it is refused, does mean the option to build the smaller or go back to the smaller remains available. And that is a consideration in the material balance. There are conditions on light, noise, and these are followed through to the larger building before you in your recommendation. But your recommendation this time for the larger building compared to what's been approved before goes a little bit further. And there are 4 additional conditions on extra floors, change of use or restriction against extra floors, change of use. We also seek that goods that are dried in this building are restricted to those produced on the farm or for the farm, and we also remove other permitted development rights. And this takes into account the suggestions of the parish council and their concerns. And on that basis, the recommendation is one of approval, and if it was approved, this would give significant controls on the agricultural building as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the monitoring officer, I've just twigged that I know one of the owners of Rattle Row Farms, but I haven't had any contact with them for several years, but I have in the past been in a room and at various functions with them.
I think that's properly declared as a non-pecuniary interest now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Passman.
Well, actually, I could probably say the same as you, Matthew. But one of the questions I wanted to just ask, John, when you put here that you, on the conditions, the recommendations, restriction on source of goods to those produced on the farm, how are you going to define the farm for that? Because I think that's quite important, because I mean, it's not just that one particular farm, there could be others. Do you mean within the same ownership, or what exactly do you mean? Because you've got to be careful how that's worded.
At Barley Brig and its associated land, not other farms in the company. So we would be determining that. I take your point there for clarity. I would, now this is of course the problem with not being the case officer, I'm assuming the wording of that has been defined further, and there's what would be useful is probably to have a plan tied to that. So can I slightly make an amendment, which is a sensible amendment to that, which is to say the extent of that is to be agreed with the local planning authority in advance.
Yeah, and you understand where I'm coming from.
Yes, no, quite agree.
It just needs to be the correct wording so it doesn't cause a
I'm hoping that's
problem.
already been picked up by the case officer, but ultimately I think it's, I take the point forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Ebert.
Thank you, Chair. It looks from the papers that prior to the barn being erected and then the extension to it being erected, that there was further hedging around the back of the site, and that appears to be no longer there. Will that hedging be reinstigated? Because it seems to be rather devoid now of any, apart from a bit of hedge along the front there. Will that be reinstated? Thank you.
It's not the proposal before me, but further landscaping is an option if you wish to condition it.
Councillor Field.
Thank you. On the traffic conditions, I think the numbers sort of imply something like 1 HGV every 4 minutes at peak times. I wondered how that compares with the traffic through Stradbroke at the moment, whether you had a view on that. And the second question perhaps is on noise. It just says, as suggested by environmental health, and the only comment I could find in the papers was one that they'd put, I think it was 35 dB LA equivalent, but there was no time limit on it, so it wasn't a valid definition of noise. So I wonder what the current situation on that is.
I don't have any information on what's in Stradbroke in terms of the HGVs going through there, and obviously what goes through Stradbroke comes from various sources and seasonal probably as well. In terms of environmental health, if you give me a moment, I'll just find their consultation response and the condition they're recommending. But I've got to go through the whole paper because I can't get there quick. I shouldn't ask this, but do you have the page number? Where the page number of the Oh right, so page two. So page 292. So we have conditions on the construction, which we have. So prior to that, essentially, they want further information to show the noise from the drying unit and storage does not have an adverse impact on the occupants of nearby noise-sensitive premises. Essentially looking for an acoustic report. There's no set. Here we go. So then we've got. Apologies. Let me read this through again. We have the following conditions: noise, lights. In terms of noise, they're recommending a limit of 35 dB. But what they're saying is, in terms of the condition, we are looking to have a noise mitigation strategy effectively submitted to us for our agreement, and it essentially recommends that it would look to achieve 35 dB. Does that make sense?
Okay. Any other questions? Anyone else?
Not there, but it's not there now, but we will see.
Councillor Warboys.
Yeah, it's a question, just a clarification. On slide 6, which shows the outline of the buildings, we talk about retrospective planning permission for a barn. What does that apply to? On page 280 of you, the proposed development, the application seeks retrospective planning permission. Does that mean the barn's already been built?
Yes.
And that on page 6, there's a hatched barn or store building.
Yeah, if you just grab the PowerPoint. Go down. Okay.
There's a store building. Which buildings?
So the building that we're looking at is this one here.
The entire building?
Entire building, part of which is essentially approved under a previous planning application, but essentially it was extended, hence why we said retention of extension. And at the same time with the extension, as I understand it, unless I'm corrected later, at the same time the extension, this roof was effectively adjusted as well at the same time. So part of the building, if you like, has got full approval. The rest of it is essentially the retention. So the alterations and the extension is the retention that's before us. But we're treating it as the whole barn in the context of this application.
I see. And the little bit at the sides, the heat pump.
That's already been given planning permission.
Which has got planning, and
that's
that's
not part of this.
So there's no further heat pump development. It's just going to be heating the whole building rather than part of it.
That's for the crop drying facility, but that would effectively cover the whole building. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will move on to public speakers. Is there no other questions? So we'll ask the parish council, Adil Wadden, to speak. sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. You have 3 minutes, and there's a timer here. You just push the one of the silver bit. There you go, and you're on.
Thank you. My name's Odile Vladon. I'm clerk of Stradbroke Parish Council. There are 2 previously granted permissions for this site. One being a large barn with no heating array permitted, the other being a smaller barn with a heating array permitted. When granting permission for the larger barn, Mid-Suffolk issued conditions in the interest of amenity and to allow the council to retain control over the development. The Parish Council maintains its objection to this application and is concerned about the precedent it would set, whereby an applicant could submit 2 different applications, then pick and choose whichever elements of the granted permission suits them best and ignore those that don't. This is not hidden in this application, as both of the previous grants of permission are referenced in the planning statement. All that would then be needed, once the pick and mix building is finished, would be to submit a 3rd application for retrospective permission. Surely, planning policy and guidelines are in place for a reason. An applicant should always seek permission, not forgiveness. Stradbroke Parish Council notes that the neighbourhood plan now in place had not yet been adopted when either of the previous applications were reviewed. Stradbroke, through its neighbourhood plan, encourages development in the village with up to 280 homes proposed. When preparing the plan, the Parish Council was mindful that Stradbroke continues to be a working village, but also noted the regular complaints received from residents on traffic issues experienced in the village, and in particular on Queen Street, which forms part of the Suffolk lorry route for access only. To this end, the Parish Council included Policy Strad 13 in its plan that supports expansion to existing businesses, as long as that expansion does not impact on the roads in the parish. Should councillors today be minded to grant permission for this application, the Parish Council urged them not to remove any of the recommended conditions and would ask that they reconsider one other condition proposed by the Parish Council, the condition for a limit on working hours, as this would offer some protection to the amenity of the neighbours and the nearby village centre, in particular the residents of Queen Street, ahead of the long-awaited and eagerly anticipated review of the lorry route proposed by Suffolk County Council, but yet to commence. I'm happy to clarify any of the matters either with this statement or those previously submitted, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there any way of measuring I'm just thinking when the traffic comes out of the site, how much goes through Stradbroke and how much goes the other way? But I guess there's no clarity on that. It could be going up to A140.
Technically, if you uphold the conditions, none of it should come through Stradbroke, should it? Because it should all be sourced on-site, dried on-site and used on-site. If you don't uphold the conditions, I mean, that's assuming that the applicant does what they say and brings their crops across their land and doesn't bounce their tractors up Queen Street instead, or New Street.
I guess it depends what the wider farm means. We need to just have clarity on that, I know, which is what we talked earlier. Okay, any other questions for the Parish Council? No? Okay. So we do not have an objector, we do not have a supporter, but we do have the applicant speak. So Stephen Bainbridge, over to you, and again, 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Councillors. My name is Stephen Bainbridge. I'm a planning consultant, chartered member of the RTPI. I've been working on the planning matters on this site since 2015 in the planning permission for the AD plant next door. This planning application is before you in the format it is because the applicant was determined that it be done in a clear manner. I reviewed the officer's report before you and agree with its principal recommendation that along with other planning applications at Barley-Brigg, it be approved. Where we differ is on the application of planning conditions. The planning history shows you that planning conditions have been inappropriately applied on this site in the past and the biogas plant next door, and subsequently had to be removed or varied in order to work better, at expense to the applicant and also a time cost to your planning department. Government guidance on the sparing use of planning conditions is clear. Contrary to government guidance, paragraph 4.3 of your report advises you to apply planning conditions fettering economic development to address concerns. Turning to the conditions in your committee report, they are summarised and not included in full with the respective reasoning. How this is meant to give anyone certainty, I don't know. Tackling them in turn and with reference to the correspondence I asked to be put before you, Condition 1, that's a standard condition, that's acceptable. Condition 2 on noise is flawed for various reasons. Firstly, it's a pre-commencement planning condition for a development which has been finished. Secondly, it's asking for expensive noise work to be done, which has already been done on the site next door. If you are to apply a condition, I would strongly suggest use the one that I provided, which had an LAQ time limit included in it as well. The third condition on lighting is fine. The next 4 conditions come direct from the parish council and are all flawed for various reasons. The 4th condition is not necessary because you have the first one, but is going to have to be based on something other than traffic reasons for the reasons are given before. The 5th condition suggests verbatim use of condition 10 of the 2017 permission, but that's daft because that condition prevents grain drying on a barn you're recommended to approve for grain drying. The 6th condition limits the use of the barn for drying, but you can keep this condition if you wish, but its justification is weak. The 7th condition concerns restricting PD rights. As you know, restricting PD rights requires careful and specific justification, for which we've been given none. The parish council want it applied because of traffic impact, which county highways say doesn't exist. So again, I ask what the planning reason for applying that planning condition is. I'm happy to answer questions, help the officers out with the planning history and what's been done and why, not least where it relates to formulating legitimate and enforceable planning conditions. Happy to help do that now or work with the officers after today if you instruct them on the list of conditions that you want. And those conditions clearly will have to meet NPPF guidance and thereafter give certainty to all parties. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Questions? Yes, Councillor Passmore.
Yeah, just a couple. First one regarding the movement of traffic through the middle of Stradbroke. I think this site is, I don't know, I guess it's what, 1.5, 2 miles from the centre of Stradbroke. Certainly a considerable distance out of the centre of Stradbroke. What effect do you think it will have on movement, be it with fast tracks, lorries or whatever, through the middle of Stradbroke? And then the second question is a technical one. What is the drying system here? Is it an on-floor drying system? Because I take your point about additional floors and so on. You need to understand what the drying system is. Because if you need a walkway above the grain or something, well, does that constitute a floor or not? And if you give permission for this, you can't make it so that it's unworkable. I know it's a technical one, but I think you probably understand where I'm coming from on that. Oh, Seb, good point.
No problem. As far as the HGV movements are concerned, as you've been told, the pre-existing barn, the one that was built, was completely unrestricted. So in terms of that, the implications can only be comparable. As you've also been told, Stradbroke's on the HGV network. Highways have said there's no material effect, so I would agree with them and say that the impact on Stradbroke would be immaterial. On floor. So yeah, the drawings show a gantry above the top and no first floor inserted. So if a first floor appeared, it would be contrary to approved drawings.
Just to check on this so we don't get in a muddle, I hope a gantry would not count as a floor. It shouldn't do, but...
I'll defer to Mr. Bateman G, but I don't think it will count as a floor. It's clearly labelled as a gantry.
No, I know, but I just want to be quite clear we don't end up in a muddle.
The question here is, if it's part of the plans as approved, fine. Anything, so whether it's a floor or not. The condition we're referring to is any additional floor that is proposed later on. So it wouldn't be covered either way, but you could argue it's more part of the plant than it is a floor.
Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure. I know you say you're trying to do this in a clear manner, but it's not very clear, and it's a shame we didn't get put this in without having it to be retained. But there we are. With regards to the conditions, obviously these are conditions for this application, not for a previous one. So that's what we're looking at. And would you be able to do? I've mentioned the point about landscaping and hedging and trees. Would you be happy with a condition to reinstate some of that hedging and do some landscaping there? And secondly, would you be able to give a view, please, on the potentially, and I'm not suggesting we do it, but just what your view is of a time limit for hours of operations? And thirdly, you said you didn't want to have a condition about the removal of permitted development rights. Is that right? And if so, could you just give your reasons for that? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I noted 4 points there. In terms of timing and the regularisation is not necessarily ideal, but it's perfectly permissible in planning terms. We were asked to delay the submission of this application until the previous one on the field array was done. I don't know if this committee remembers, but that application was delayed for a long time, partly by COVID. So the barn has been finished in the meantime, commercial pressures. So the applicant apologises for that, but had other world matters not delayed things, I probably would have been sitting here a lot sooner, potentially before the barn was finished, who knows. In terms of landscaping, the applicant's always been content with landscaping conditions, not least around the biogas plant, etc. There are already specifications, etc., for bunding and hedging and native species and the like, so it would just be a case of transposing them. In terms of hours, to be frank, you can apply a condition limiting hours, but I've successfully removed one in the past because officers agreed that restricting agricultural use to anything other than 24 hours was unreasonable. So to be frank, I'll just apply to remove it again. And in terms of PD rights, it wasn't a comment about not wanting them removed. It was more a comment about just being careful with the justification for removing them because the bar's quite high when it comes to restricting PD rights. So it was just, if you're going to do it, be clear with the reasoning so that then I can advise the client after the event what's been done and why.
Councillor Field, then Councillor.
You mentioned that you have provided a suggested noise condition. Could you indicate what that is? The one in here is 35 dBA, I think, equivalent. What are you suggesting? How does that compare with background noise levels?
So do you have the additional paper that I asked Mr. Carmichael to put before you? That would answer the question if you had it.
Whether we do or not, if you'd like to read it out.
If you're happy, I'll read it out.
Yeah, that's why we're asking.
So there was a planning condition on the county planning permission for the AD plant. That is the one that the EHO refers to as being unenforceable because it didn't include the time limit. So I've referred to it, copied and pasted it in some correspondence, and then inserted a time limit on that, and that was in those papers. The one that I'm recommending would read, and it would be identical to the county one, just with the exception of that insertion. Noise associated with all components associated with the agricultural crop drying barn herein approved must not exceed 35 dB LAEQ 15 minutes at the nearest sensitive residential property identified as Brig House, and the reasoning given for amenity and noise.
You have no idea how that compares with existing background noise levels?
So the AD plant is conforming to that 35 dB 15-minute limit and has been monitored and successfully passed. So if the AD plant with its engines can get under that limit, I'm sure that the drying barn with the much smaller equipment could easily do it. And then clearly if it didn't, well, you have enforcement powers to deal with that, but the applicant is content that it would.
The two together, would there be 3 dB higher?
Yes, so from memory, the AD plant at most reached 31. So with the extra 3, you're still under.
Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yeah, it's slightly unusual circumstances really where the applicant is actually challenging quite a lot of the recommended conditions, and I was wondering how we might best work our way through that, and it felt as if we needed a dialogue between ourselves and the applicant and Mr. Pateman G. Now we've done some of that, but I still find it quite difficult, and we may, I feel as if we get to discuss some of these things in debate, we may need to come back to the applicant and ask a bit more as it unfolds. So I'm just expressing a difficulty at the moment, really, than what you think about.
I'm not sure there's a question there to be answered, John. Well, the committee is able to put any conditions it so wishes. It's up to the applicant how they deal with those later. If you want noise conditions, anything else, it's your committee. It's up to you. It's not up to the applicant.
Yeah, no, I'm
I'm saying about process.
Yeah.
That you know, we need to work our way through these one at a time, not a blizzard of objections from the agent, and then we're going to get into debate and we're going to be talking Mr. Paper G with it, and it's going to be not ideal as a way of dealing with it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to go on to the ward member, unless anyone else has got any questions. Nope, I'll go on to the ward member. Okay. So, ward member. Chair and members, apologies for not attending. Sorry, Councillor Julia Flatman. Chair and members, apologies for not attending in person. Unfortunately, I have a previously booked council appointment. I'd like to thank Daniel, the officer, for the work he's put into this ongoing application. Committee B have already been privy to Barley Briggs' retrospective planning activities. I'm disappointed that not all the conditions that have been listed so clearly by the Parish Council have been included. However, if members are minded in granting the application, I fully support the officer's recommendation, along with further suitable conditions that the committee consider fit to include. So that's it from the ward member. So, yeah, we're into debate, but also we can take questions as well. So, yeah, straight off, Councillor Eburn.
Sorry, Chair, this isn't debate, this is a question. Is that it seems to me highly unusual to have conditions that say, as requested by so-and-so. We've never had that before.
I picked that up on my pre-meeting. We just want to put brackets around it. That's just...
Well, I was going to ask, can we remove all of those references because they could be requested by... We wouldn't put as requested by the planning officer or as requested by the agent. So can we just please remove all of those?
Yeah,
Thank you.
John?
2 points, and then I need the third point, which I'll come back to Chairman about. First of all, apologies for the inclusion of as recommended by Stradbroke. The formatting of that is clumsy and particularly not helpful, so I apologise for that, and I'll take that back. As a point, I'll go back to the noise condition as well very briefly. The applicant is correct that it does have a timing issue. Effectively, it talks about construction when obviously it's all done and dusted. It would need to be altered to be reflective of a reasonable time period for compliance. So 6 months is probably where we'd start with that. In terms of another point, can I possibly ask for 5 minutes? And I really apologise for doing this, but with yourself and our legal officer, I just have a clarification that I need to make with you.
So something's just come to light around the application, which John's just going to very quickly talk us through, and then I'll come back as to what we're going to do next. So John, over to you, please.
Thank you. In respect, there is, how can I best phrase this? Ultimately, the format that officers have used to recommend this approval is and has been confusing, and I think we need to add an apology for that. So to say these are requested by the Stradbroke Parish Council, and therefore you refer to what the Stradbroke Parish Council say, and ultimately their wording is based on their understanding of the application. It's not actually the recommended wording that we will use as officers. And I think there is a potential risk of misleading you in the context of what is actually on the table as the proposal for officers. I think ultimately what we need to do here is take this away. We need to actually have the conditions in full of what we would recommend in this case and come back and present that to you. And given that there has now been a suggested risk of challenge on those conditions, possibly through judicial review or indeed through a variation of an application later or appeal against those conditions if imposed, it is considered to be logical and sensible for us to take this extra action and give you a more fuller and correct and justified account of these conditions. And on that basis, we are looking to defer this matter for this time being.
Can I ask a question, please? Because the agent has referred to a previous application that wasn't heard by the Committee A, it was heard by Committee B, and there's some misunderstanding that this committee would therefore have known all the details of a previous application, that when anything does come back, can it please incorporate everything into one paper and not expect us to have read the entire planning history of this for the last, however many years? Thank you.
Thank you. Point taken. I'll come back to A.
So on the advice of John and taking advice from our legal officer, I am deferring this application. Yeah, John.
This is on conditions actually. There was one thing I wanted to raise on the conditions, which if Mr. Payman G is going to take them all away, it would be helpful perhaps that he took away this point at this stage.
Well, you can do it outside of this meeting.
Yeah, I can actually.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Just as you wish.
Yeah. Okay. We still apparently do, even though it is the recommendation of our senior planning officer and the legal advice that we defer it, we do need to vote to agree to defer it. So we will just go to that vote, please. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, members. One moment, sorry. That vote is now in progress.
Too quick turning my computer off. Is it possible to vote?
Yes, of course, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's 8 votes for deferral.
Okay. Sorry about that. We don't defer lightly. We don't do it. We don't normally like to do that at all if we can possibly help it. When something comes up, we need to take that advice. So we close the meeting. There are no other urgent site visits, so therefore we close the meeting at 2:42. Thanks, everyone.